Present.
Thank you. Father, would you lead us in the pledge?
Sure.
Hand of the heart, ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hold on. All right, we have some extraordinary business today. We've got a Central Coast Community Energy Annual Update. Chip, did you want to tee that up?
No, just to introduce the speaker. They spoke at our Rotary a couple weeks ago. Thank you for coming. Just by way of background, the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea is a member agency. We share a seat, and the speaker will go into this, Mr. Mayor. We share a seat with the cities of Pacific Grove and Monterey. Mr. Barron represents us on the Policy Advisory Committee, and my colleague, Mr. Harvey, the city manager of the City of Pacific Grove, represents us on the Technical Advisory Committee. So that's what I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I am a Customer Accounts Manager with Central Coast Community Energy, or 3CE. And I'm excited to be here with you this evening to speak with you about the agency's recent accomplishments, along with their plans for 2023 and beyond. Let's see here. I don't know if we're gonna get the full slide on there, but I think most of the info is visible here. But I wanted to start with a brief overview of community choice aggregation for those community members tuning in this evening who may be less familiar with the concept. Thank you. Central Coast Community Energy is a community choice aggregator, or CCA. And once a community elects to join a CCA, the CCA will take over the responsibility for electricity procurement from the existing investor-owned utility. The investor-owned utility remains responsible for electricity transmission, delivery, metering, and billing services. CCAs are public agencies that return revenue to the communities they serve through clean energy programs, rebates, and incentives. CCAs can also aid in local job growth and development and prioritize clean and renewable energy in their procurement efforts. 3CE was founded in 2017, and since then, the agency has seen tremendous expansion. We've gone from serving the Monterey Bay to the entire Central Coast, and Carmel-by-the-Sea joined 3CE in 2018. Today, 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies throughout 5 counties. 3CE serves nearly 450,000 customers and has secured over $1 billion in renewable energy contracts and energy storage contracts, while returning $26 million to our community members. 94% of eligible customers are enrolled with Central Coast Community Energy, and last year alone, the agency delivered over 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity to our customers. In the last year and a half, 3CE enrolled Buellton, completed the enrollment of unincorporated areas of Santa Barbara County, and welcomed Atascadero as our newest member agency. And just last month, the County of San Luis Obispo voted to join Central Coast Community Energy. So there is a lot of news to report, but for tonight, I'd like to focus on the 4 major benefits that Central Coast Community Energy promised our community members when we were founded in 2017. And I'm going to start with local control. CCAs allow local governments to have greater control over the type and cost of energy supplied to their communities. And with 3CE, these decisions are made by local elected officials. We are making progress on climate goals together as a region and are far ahead of both state and federal targets to decarbonize our energy supply. Carmel-by-the-Sea shares seats on our boards with the cities of Monterey and Pacific Grove. And with us here tonight, Councilmember Barron represents your city on the policy board, while City Manager Ben Harvey represents your city on the operations board. So let's take a moment to talk about rates. In March of 2022, 3CE decoupled our rate setting process from PG&E's and established our own rate setting procedures based on cost of service, which resulted in an average of 18% in savings for our residential customers, while commercial customers with small to medium businesses saw savings between 2% and 19% after we made that switch to the cost of service model. Now I'd like to shift our focus to 3CE's efforts to procure clean and renewable power for the communities we serve. Today, 3CE procures about 50% of our electricity from clean and renewable sources, and we are on track to procure 60% of our power from clean and renewable sources by 2025, which is 5 years ahead of the same goal set by the state of California. 3CE is committed to meet 100% of our demand from clean and renewable energy sources by the year 2030, which is an entire 15 years ahead of the same goal set by the state of California. 3CE's procurement team has prioritized long-term contracts that are bringing new clean and renewable energy resources online as quickly as possible. 3CE has executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements, and the agency is also pursuing offshore wind generation and emerging technology in California. The auction for leases in federal waters off the Central Coast in December was a huge part of bringing these resources online. 5 of the projects I mentioned on the previous slide came online in 2022, and these 5 projects are serving about 22% of the agency's annual load. And finally, on the topic of clean and renewable energy is electrification. The biggest thing we can do as individuals to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve our air quality is to switch our gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles, and to switch the electric appliances in our homes with, to switch the gas appliances in our home with electric versions. And as 3CE works to clean the grid, electric cars and vehicles will be emissions-free in their operation, and the electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. And the final 3CE commitment I want to speak with you about tonight is our commitment to community reinvestment into Carmel-by-the-Sea and the other communities we serve. So this slide shows what we have accomplished over the last year, but looking more broadly over the last 3 years, 3CE has helped put more than 1,000 electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers. These EVs have spared more than 6,000 metric tons of regional CO2 emissions. And in collaboration with our funding partners like the California Energy Commission, 3CE has delivered rebates that will help build more than 1,000 new electric vehicle charging stations for our region. We've also funded more than 2,000 all-electric new affordable housing units, and that support continues. 3CE's residential customers are eligible for rebates towards electric vehicles, EV charging stations, EV readiness, electric appliances, and the construction of new all-electric accessory dwelling units. 3CE has programs aimed at helping our member agencies like Carmel-by-the-Sea advance fleet electrification, fleet charging infrastructure, and staying up to date with building codes that advance electrification. 3CE has business-friendly programs designed to upgrade ag equipment, electrify farm worker housing, and to install DCFC level 3 chargers. And finally, with an eye to equity and an understanding that some of these programs may be inaccessible to our underserved community members, 3CE provides additional Electrify Your Ride and Electrify Your Home rebates for income qualified customers. In partnership with the state, 3CE has garnered more than $115,000 into the city of Carmel. So if you are interested in applying for any of the programs featured on the previous slides, please head to our website, 3cenergy.org, And if any of those member agency programs sounded interesting to you, please let me know, and I'd love to connect you with Judy Young, who is the city's account manager. With the continued support of Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council, city staff, and the community, along with the other communities we serve, 3CE will continue to provide innovative solutions, exemplary service, and clean and renewable power. So thank you so much for your time this evening, and I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Sophia, thank you so much. Well done. Are there any questions by council members? So Sophia, I just ask you, where does hydro fit in? Is that going to be considered clean or not?
It's not considered clean and renewable, and our boards are directing us to purchase power that is both clean and renewable. I know we procure a very small amount of small hydro, but large hydroelectric is not a big part of our portfolio.
Bit of a heavy focus on offshore wind now, eh?
Offshore wind is definitely something we're interested in pursuing.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you did a great presentation. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much. I
Keep
really
up the good
appreciate your
work.
time tonight.
Jeff, thank you for your service. Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. All right, why don't we move on then to the presentation on PARS, Public Agency Retirement System, which is different than PERS.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just by way of background for the audience, the city does have an unfunded actuarial liability. And the council, over the course of several years, discussed ways of paying that down, of addressing it. And after quite a healthy discussion and debate, the council established a Section 115 trust, which is an irrevocable trust that can only be used for pension liabilities. It's irrevocable so that future councils can't come along and build a Taj Mahal somewhere. So this is money, again, that has to be used for a pension liability, and our partners in PARS are going to give you a presentation of the results of our investments, the recent audit that was performed by an outside agency, and just give you an update. And I think it's a good presentation. We got to see a preview of it and got to comment on it last week. So, and Rachel Saunders, who's our account manager, our executive director, if you will, for this program, will be giving the presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. And good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Glad to be with you. I am joined by Andrew Brown from Highmark Capital Management, who will speak to the investments for the 115 Trust. So I do have some slides that I would love to walk the council through briefly. Not sure if there's an ability to give me screen sharing capabilities.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. It's on the screen. Okay, that works perfectly then. I will go with this. Okay. So let's go ahead and turn to the next page if we could, please. Perfect. And we'll go one more. Excellent. Okay, so briefly just wanted to give a background on the different partners involved in the 115 Trust program that the city has. So as Chip just mentioned on the background, this was established over a year ago now. So this is our annual check-in. PARS serves as the trust administrator and consultant. So PARS is really the quarterback of the team. We actually established the 115 Trust program for pension pre-funding back in 2015 with a private letter ruling from the IRS. So this is an IRS approved program. And a little bit more background, we actually had established another 115 Trust for OPEB pre-funding back in 2004, also with IRS approval. So we are the pioneer and leading provider of this program in the state of California and actually the nation. So have a lot of experience. We really serve in the role of providing all ongoing administrative functions. So we coordinate with the city on incoming monies and outgoing monies. As Chip also mentioned, we do all of the compliance work. So we have a dedicated team who will stay apprised of both state and federal updates that could impact the trust. We have an annual trust-wide audit that is performed. We house all the legal documents, do all of the ongoing reporting. So we're very hands-on, everything related to administration. Some roles that we do not serve. Number one, we don't actually hold any of the money in the trust. That role falls to our trustee U.S. Bank, very large conservative bank. You're likely familiar with the name. And then, as I mentioned, Andrew Brown is here on behalf of Highmark Capital Management. They were actually recently acquired by U.S. Bank, so now Highmark is under the U.S. Bank umbrella, but Highmark continues to serve as the investment manager of the funds within the trust program. And again, Andrew will provide an update on how your investments are doing. We can move to the next slide, please. I'll keep going here. Perfect. So quick overview and background on the pension rate stabilization program. Again, as was provided to the city in terms of background, this is a program that allows you pre-fund your pension liabilities outside of CalPERS in a locally controlled, irrevocable trust. So you'll see here, we work with 143 cities in California that are also pre-funding their pension liabilities, some local cities there that you will recognize, in addition to 285 plus other California agencies that are doing exactly what Carmel is doing. And really the intent of this trust is allow you to safely and securely set monies aside in an IRS approved vehicle wherein you control how that money is invested, when you contribute, when you take money out. So again, you are addressing your pension liabilities because this money can only be tapped for pension related expenses, but you have full control and flexibility in how you use this. Next slide, please. I talked about the audit that PARS does. So I did want to reiterate here that we do work to make sure that this plan is compliant with GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, that, for those that aren't familiar with the acronym. GASB 67 and 68 speak to the accounting standards for pension. And so PARS works with a very well-known and reputable auditing firm, CLA, Clifton Larson Allen, every year to do a trust-wide audit so that you can see exactly what is going on in your trust. In addition to that, we also have a supporting SOC 1 Type 2 report that speaks to the controls over that calculation of the audit. So those audits would be publicly available. We send a copy to the city every year, so I'm sure that anyone who would like to see that audit certainly can. And of course, the city can certainly request a copy of that audit at any point in time. So we are fully transparent in terms of all of the activity and accounting that happens within this trust program. Next slide, please. Okay, and now I will briefly walk through the activity for the trust. So as I mentioned, this was set up a while ago now, back actually in August of 2021, and the council adopted the program with Chip's position as the plan administrator. Investment strategy that was chosen was the moderately conservative Index Plus strategy, which Andrew will provide additional color on. You'll see on the bottom half of that page, we have all of the activity through February. So you can see total contributions made by the city thus far, $1 million. Unfortunately, it has been a difficult period in the market where, again, I won't steal Andrew's thunder. I know he'll provide some additional context on that. So there has been an investment loss. So you can see the account balance is slightly lower than the money that's been contributed as of February 28th, 2023. Next slide, please. And again, this just shows you the activity of the trust. You can see where those initial contributions went in. The city has not opted to take any pension-related disbursements from the trust to date. So in that right-hand column, you can really see the asset change over time, a lot of which is due to market fluctuation, because again, apart from those two initial contributions, the city hasn't contributed anything beyond that point yet. Next slide. Okay, and I know I've been going through this fast, but so that I give enough time to Andrew, I will quickly cover where you're at with your current pension funding status. So on this, the city was kind enough to provide us with a report that was done most recently by GovInvest. So whereas the most public information for CalPERS is available as of June 30th, 2021, I hate to spend too much time focusing in on that first column that you'll see, because that reflects really robust returns at the end of June 30th, 2021. CalPERS was over a 21% return at that point in time, which really bolstered up the city's assets as well as its funded status. But more recently, CalPERS did have a negative 7.5% return at the end of fiscal year end 2022, which, as you can see per the report from GovInvest, unfortunately do bring down that funded status, because again, anytime there's changes that on CalPERS ends, whether it's not meeting their discount rate assumptions or even lowering the discount rate, which they also did, they lowered it from 7 to 6.8 between these two valuations. That certainly does have an impact on your status in a funded sense with CalPERS, and certainly again reiterates why the city has a locally controlled trust to really address these changes that consistently do happen at CalPERS. Okay, so Andrew, let me turn it over to you now. Oh, sorry, did I hear a question? No, okay, Andrew, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
No, you didn't hear a question. I banged my knee on the desk. Sebastian, if you're driving, could you go 2 pages forward? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Andrew Brown. It's good to be back with you again. Tonight I'm going to share with you 3 topics. I'll first give you a very quick thumbnail sketch of our economic forecast for 2023. Secondly, I will share with you our portfolio positioning for the moderately conservative investment strategy. And then finally, I'll address the performance for the first 11 months working together within the scope of the plan. The far right-hand column here, 2023 economic forecast. A quick summary, I guess, would be small recession. So you see a small recession for the economy here in 2023.
Mr. Brown, it's your voice is breaking up a little bit. Is there a way you can get, get closer to the receiver or something? I don't know.
Is this a little bit better, Chip?
Keep going, sir, please.
A little bit better? Okay. Our economic forecast, GDP minus 0.5% to a plus 0.5 possible growth. So it's not a done deal that we're going to see a recession here in 2023, but by all accounts, we think that we will have a small recession. The main reason why is the Fed has raised rates over 400 basis points over the span of roughly about a year. And that does have a lagged effect that does impact the economy, and we will begin to feel it, in our opinion, in 2023. In that environment, we would expect S&P 500 earnings to decline. We see them going down about 8 to 10% this year. Further, we would expect unemployment to tick up a little bit. Right now, unemployment at 3.6%. We see unemployment at the end of the year between 4.4 and 5.1% at maybe the high end of that range. We do see inflation coming down somewhat. Right now, core PCE is at 4.6%. We see it at the end of the year anywhere from 2.9 to 3.4%. And then putting it all together, what the Fed might do this year, we see that the Fed may raise rates one more time this calendar year, but possibly by the end of the year, cut 2 times the Fed funds rate target. Next page, please. As Rachel highlighted, the moderately conservative strategy is simply an asset allocation policy that allows our firm to manage the portfolio, at least conceptually, in a fairly conservative type of platform. So what would really dictate that is the asset allocation policy, where equities can range between 20 and 40%, fixed income or the bonds in the portfolio, 50 to 80%, and then cash can range between 0 and 20%. Cash in this case is represented by a money market investment. If you look at the far right-hand column, you can see where we were positioned at the end of February. And currently at the end of February is exactly where we are positioned today. 29% equities, 66% in fixed income bonds, and 5% cash. And with 66% in bonds, what could go wrong in terms of the investment strategy? Well, next page, please, and we'll talk about the portfolio returns. And I guess if there's a silver lining to the Fed raising rates over 400 basis points in a calendar year, is that finally, after a decade plus of time, cash money market can generate some type of return. And you can see over this 11-month period of time that we've been working together, the cash return, which is the first line item on this page, 2.16%. So cash generated a positive rate of return for the first 11 months of working together. The negative, though, is the third row, the third line item, where our fixed income was a minus 5.8% rate of return. And really that is a reflection of the rising interest rate environment that has caused price declines for fixed income, not only for us, but the entire bond market. Equities also faced pressure over this period of time. The fifth row, the fifth line item there, shows a minus 9.6% rate of return for the stocks in the investment portfolio. And really, equities going down 9.6%. But that probably happens over the course of 1 year, probably annually. That's the type of frequency that stocks go up and stocks go down. But fixed income declining minus 5.8% over a 12-month period of time. And if we showed you the calendar year returns in 2022, fixed income was down minus 12%. That's a much more rare type of occurrence. So I would encourage the city not to be too concerned or dissuaded by, this short-term period of time. Fixed income has really been a surprise, but one of the negative surprises. If you put it all together, the last row, far right-hand column, minus 6.6% rate of return for the first 11 months of working together. And since I tried to, at any time possible, end on a positive note, these performance numbers are through the end of February. March, we generated a 2.03 positive rate of return. So while we do have a hole to climb out of, yes, inception to date now is a minus 4.7% rate of return for the first year of working together. I hope that wasn't. I hope that was somewhat audible, Chip. Rachel and I are ready for questions if you have.
Andrew, appreciate the presentation. Rachel, thank you. Is there any questions by council members? All right. Well, thank you for that, not the happiest presentation.
I was wondering, this is Bobby Richards. Do we have any cash? I didn't see any cash, right? We don't have any just cash in savings.
Cash would be reflected by the money market investment, which is roughly around 5% of plan assets.
How did that do? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Oh, yeah, that was the line item that I led with. 11-month period of time, 2.1% rate of return. The current yield on our money market is 4.72%.
Have we ever considered any CDs now that CDs have risen so much?
Interesting. Rachel and I actually got that question from an agency about 2 weeks ago. And I think in my 22 years working with cars and Rachel's decade plus, we've never fielded that question once. Given the pooled nature of this platform, it's difficult for us to invest in a CD that has some time period before maturity. And so while I would grant you that CDs do have a slightly higher yield, we lean more strongly to the liquidity that a money market offers versus a CD. But a very valid question.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you guys for the presentation. Much appreciated. We'll hopefully hear from you at a little more jollier time, perhaps. Mark,
Yes, that's true. Thank you.
the guy with my investment's making more money than I am these days. So, all right. Well, why don't we move on then to public comments? This is an opportunity for anyone in the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. A 3-minute limitation on a testimony. State your name for the record. I'd appreciate it.
Hi, Tasha Witt. Carmel-by-the-Sea's aesthetic character is being seriously threatened by outside interests such as 1, cell tower proliferation, 2, state bills SB 9 and SB 10 that change residential zoning, approving multiplex housing of our 4,000 square foot lots to 4-plex or 10-plex housing developments right next door to our existing single-family homes. 3, the state approval of 0 lot line setbacks for accessory dwelling units to be up against our fences. 4, the state's 1,000% increase of our housing allocation this cycle to 349 additional housing units to be added somewhere in our 1 square mile already built out community with no water, space, or parking solutions, and the projection of 1,200 more units in Carmel-by-the-Sea next housing cycle. 5, the state seeks fast ministerial approvals of affordable housing with no accountability to our zoning laws and discretionary standards to be able to retain our city's design character. Our past leaders in local governance have managed to protect our community character for over 100 years. I have spoken to many residents, and they expect our current city council to protect the aesthetic assets of our city to prevent our unique little village from being destroyed. What can our city council do? California League of Cities is for big cities that have different goals than us. The state's one-size-fits-all housing policies don't apply to small vacation and retirement towns like ours. We are not a high-resource mecca center for job growth. We are a quaint historic tourist town dependent on a general plan to preserve its village charm and aesthetic. I urge the City Council to join California Cities for Local Control. It's not a lawsuit. It's simply a coalition of concerned cities, just like ours, who wish to learn about ways to protect the aesthetic character of our towns through strengthening local control. This is an organization that works with cities officials throughout California, to stop the passage of bills that remove or limit local control. 80 cities in California have already joined the coalition and passed resolutions in their communities to support local control. Many more cities are in some stage or putting forth resolutions for action by their city councils. Residents love the character of our home. The Carmel Residents Association has linked the California Cities for Local Control website. I urge the City Council to join California Cities for Local Control and to pass a resolution demonstrating that you are willing to fight for local control to retain our zoning and discretionary standards and to protect our community assets, because the charm of Carmel-by-the-Sea is absolutely worth fighting for. City Council members, here's a copy of California Cities of Local Control's draft resolution to fight for local control of Carmel-by-the-Sea.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, are there others wishing to testify? Excuse me, no applause tonight. If there's anybody else wishing to speak tonight, please come forward in the room here. Otherwise, we do have two people in the internet world that would like to speak.
Sorry, Josh. Good evening, Mayor Potter and City Council members. The past few years have been difficult for all of us, but difficult times can also be times of great opportunity. We've all been challenged to come together as a community and push back. Now is the time when we need strong leaders who will stand up and protect our beautiful village. Local power is being stripped away, whether it's less control over where cell towers go or weakening of our zoning laws. We do not want to turn Carmel into a mini San Francisco with densely packed neighborhoods, tall buildings, and a plethora of unsightly cell towers. We all know that this would forever change the character of Carmel and what makes it special. You have to realize that this is a trend, and they are going to keep trying to get us to give up our power little by little until we have no power. At some point, we need to stand up and we need to say no. This is our boundary. You've gone too far. For me, that time was when Verizon tried to put a cell tower close to my neighborhood. I knew if we allowed one tower to go in, soon there would be another and another until our whole village was cluttered with visual blight. If I had stood by and done nothing, I would have thought, what if I would have spoken up? Could I have stopped it? So I did stand up, and here I am. Now I'm asking all of you to stand up and do what you know is right. Einstein said the world is not a dangerous place because of those who do harm, but because of those who look on and do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Mayor, council members, my name is Gerard Rose, and I spent 10 years sitting where you're sitting, and I care very much about Carmel. I'm here to address the allocation by AMBAG that we somehow figure out a place to put 349 new housing units. And I'm just going to state the obvious. We can't. It's impossible. In 1995, you will recall, the state's Water Resources Board told us we couldn't pull out any more than 14,106 acre feet from the Carmel River. And effectively, they cut off our ability to hand out water hookups to our citizens. And there have been a few exceptions over the years, thanks to Clint Eastwood and a few other people. We've been able to generate a few hookups, but essentially we're dead in the water. We cannot come up with any new hookups. So do we now that we've been told we have to come up with 349 new housing units, do we ignore AMBAG? Or do we ignore the Water Resources Board? We can't comply with both requirements. We just can't. And I think it's time to realize that and face up to it. And what I'm asking you to do is haul the city attorney into a private meeting and ask him, why can't we fight this kind of nonsense when we're being told to do something we can't possibly do? I attended a few weeks ago a so-called community meeting to discuss this. And the problem was we didn't discuss anything. 90% of the meeting, 95% of the meeting was just the members of the city council who were here, the few, and city staff telling us, oh, you can't say anything controversial. You just basically have to sit down and keep your mouth shut. It was about as democratic as watching the Politburo in the Soviet Union. I mean, I've never seen that in 10 years, to see our citizens shut down like that. So I'm asking you, please, first of all, the next time you have a community meeting, let's have it as a real meeting. You know, let the people speak. Secondly, again, haul in our city attorney, figure out why didn't we challenge this and what can we do to challenge this allocation requirement. It's time to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to speak tonight?
Yeah, Ken White, citizen. I'm going to go back a little bit of my history, and it can't all be perfect. The renovation of the police department. Somewhere before the Burnett Council was put in seats, the concern about the police department and its condition and equipment was expressed. Burnett's council got an architect's review of the situation. They did a pretty good job. It was reasonable. And for some reason, the council changed, a new mayor came in before they could do anything. Under Dallas, another architect's plan was asked for, and it came back in, and it was somewhat like a Taj Mahal. It was too expensive, and quite a bit more than I think most people realize, and the council too. Then they went out, most of them, the mayor changed, and we got a new council, you. Now we got a third architect's look at the police department, and I think the question is beginning to be, when is it going to happen? We've got 3 architectural organizations looking at our police department. So I'm asking somebody on this council, take the management and get it done. I'm asking the whole council, it's time. I don't want to come back up here in a wheelchair in 2 or 3 years and start speaking about number 4 architect, if you don't mind. One more point. You own the property that the city, the youth center's on. You own that property, you know that. Under Eastwood, he got a lot of workout equipment, and he equipped a room downstairs that the students and young people could use, but then he opened it up to the police department to use. So the officers could go in there after or before schedule and come down or go back up, but they worked out. And the students sometimes are in there too. What a PR opportunity between the officers of the police department and young people. The room now they can't use because it's illegal. The only thing I'd appeal to you, please, is throw a few $1,000 into the contractor, have him paint the room, make it legal, and then we'll all, I'm sure, the youth center board and some of us, will go ahead and see if we can get better equipped and open the damn thing up for the students and the police department. It's a great opportunity. Don't pass it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to speak tonight?
My name is Carol Hall. Dear Mayor, council members, staff, residents, I think I've got you all. While realizing that the Carmel City Council did not write SB 9 and SB 10 and are caught somewhat between a rock and a hard place with the state and the residents of Carmel, I encourage one or more elected officials of our village to zoom in on what is called Catalyst's Call every Monday between 5 and 6. What is it? It's a statewide grassroots network of community volunteer leaders and elected officials. Their mission is to promote solutions for affordable housing that honor safety, home ownership, the environment, reliable infrastructure, and the wishes of the neighbors and communities in which the housing is built. The strategy of the group is to engage the diverse communities of people who are impacted by the top-down, one-size-fits-all housing legislation that we are faced with today. And it continues. As you know, legislators and the Department of Housing and Community Development are burdening cities with unrealistic housing quotas, Rhina. Top-down mandates do not provide housing that is affordable. Sacramento is forcing local elected officials into compliance. It's time for bold action to save our cities. Now, I admit that we should be continuing with our plan that's due in December. But we should also be fighting this, I believe, at the same time. There is also a Catalyst Lobby Day, Tuesday, April 11th in Sacramento, when you can meet with members of the Assembly and Senate Housing Committees to express your concerns. I understand that some of our council has already complained in Sacramento. Good for you. Let's let our voices be heard repeatedly. And I have information, info at catalystca.org. Also, for our residents to write to our representatives that signed this misguided legislation into law, Assembly Member Addis and Senator Laird. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. All right, is there anybody else in the room? If there's anybody else wishing to speak, if they could queue up behind this lady, that would be lovely.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for this moment to public comment. My name is Alyssa Rendon. I'm the Community Relations Manager at the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, the CVB. Just a brief update on what we've been up to. Like the January storms, the March storms, we turned less into an emphasis of promoting the destination and more as a conduit of information. I myself was stationed at the EOC to be on the front line of information so that we can be the best resource possible, not only for visitors, but for the hospitality industry, workers, and residents. I'd like to say thank you to the Carmel hotels that specifically stepped up and offered hotel evacuation rates for our neighbors, friends that were displaced by the storms, waiving hotel pet fees, policies to keep families together. And as we move towards recovery, just wanted to briefly mention 2 campaigns we're working on. Our National Artichoke campaign that's gotten national coverage, and we've developed an artichoke trail that has 4 stops in Carmel that offer special artichoke dishes. And we're working on a Pro V Pro video series. So in preparation for the U.S. Women's Open coming up in July, we've paired pro golfers with local pros. So this first video series is Sweet Rebas, and they do a little golf, do a little baking, and it's a nice, fun way to promote our destination. And just a brief mention on our focus of responsible and sustainable travel. It is on our on the tips of our tongue and our minds as we think of the future of our tourism economy. And the CVB is really stepping up. Our president CEO, Rob O'Keefe, is the chair for the Sustainability Committee for Cal Travel Association. And that's because our destination is seen as a model on the subject, and we continue to strive to be that model and do better. So thank you for your time and for allowing me to update you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is anybody else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Apologize in advance. I wasn't really prepared to speak tonight, but something came up and I knew you'd all be here, so I wanted to share what's going on. You all know a tree collapsed and destroyed a vehicle that I own down on Scenic Road, and luckily that morning I didn't come to work because the power had just come back on. And normally, right about that time, I might have been in that vehicle. But I reported it to the police. They came down. They were very helpful in encouraging me to file a claim with the city. It's a city tree. I'm legally parked on city property, and that's going to be taken care of. I was pretty encouraged by that. And I came in and got the paperwork from Nova. She helped, guide me through. This will be great. Things are feeling better after, the power outages that caused my business and many others and lots of damage to lots of residents. But then the week went on and I wasn't really getting a follow-up. I was sending multiple emails to some of you in the room here with no response. Then the Friday vlog came out and Chip was encouraging everyone to, get behind Pajaro Dunes. We should all be donating to them. What about the people of our own city? Nothing. Then I finally heard back that, someone was going to be working on my claim, Carl Warren, with a phone number. Well, who the hell's Carl Warren? Carl Warren's not even a person. Carl Warren's a multi-location, coast-to-coast company, and they sent me a letter that I should be advised that Carl Warren and Company is the third-party liability claim administrator for our principal, City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, where I'm the claimant. I mean, what would it take for me to be the victim if my son or myself or somebody else was hurt? I mean, moments before it happened, there was people walking right by the path. People could have been killed. Days before the street was closed off, I asked Officer Brennan, what's going on? Well, we got a tree crews coming in to take care of some of these damaged trees before, the next big storm hits. They never came. So I just feel like I don't want to be a claimant. I don't want to take the advice that Nova said, well, these claims a lot of times don't get paid and I'll have to sue the city. I don't want to sue the city. I want to be part of the city. Not a claimant. Not someone who you don't want to see up here. I want to be taken care of, and I think other people should be taken care of. I think maybe some laws should be changed when city property damages, residents' property, that we'd be taken care of speedily, not my procedural steps, typical steps for a 6-month claim, which I've done some research, sounds like that they might not even honor it. And now I'm stuck hiring an attorney and coming back up here. I don't want to sue the city of Carmel. I want to love the city of Carmel. But a catastrophic event happened, and that should be when the city comes and helps the community and those members who were gravely affected by it. So I encourage you to find a way to not just pay my claim. I'm sure you have many others, and they should be addressed speedily. And this company that sent me this letter talks about, finding the manner of comparison in the city of Placentia. What are they even talking about? Who are these people? You're paying a lot of money to not pay money. So thank you for your consideration. I hope that you find a way to honor my very fair claim that I submitted, and others that I'm sure that are stacked up somewhere in the offices behind us. So thank you very much.
For the record, that was Parker Logan speaking. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight that's in the room?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. I'm Brian Euler. I'm here to speak to you a little bit about your priority or your agenda or your priority as it relates to parking and traffic congestion management. We have developed the Parking and Congested Traffic Program, or PACT program, and basically I wanted to make an announcement that we're officially engaging in or starting the public engagement phase of that program. This is going to be lasting through the months of April and May. I'll be attending 2 farmers markets, as well as or arranging to have 2 business community meetings, one with the roundtable folks, and then also the innkeepers and restaurateurs in town. And then there'll be 4 public meetings also happening in May. Special thanks, I want to say, we created what is called a PACT web portal. It is now live as of yesterday. And a special thanks to Ashley, Evan, Leslie, and Nova, who were all instrumental in helping us piece together what is on the city's webpage. If you look at the government tab and scroll down, you'll see a PACT webpage. And included on that web portal are things like frequently asked questions, program overview, an event schedule, where people can find out where these public meetings are occurring and the times and so forth. As well as a public engagement page, so for people to ask questions or make comments about what it is we're working towards, and a resources tab to include things like the old Walker reports, prior city council action, and presentations that have occurred. Next on the agenda is on April the 12th, Nova is taking the lead on getting a brochure that has been prepared to go to every single post office box in Carmel-by-the-Sea. So everyone in the community will be well aware that the PACT web portal is available, as well as, the opportunity, the purpose of the brochure is to invite people to participate in, provide their input to the program, and ultimately that'll be condensed into reports for the council to make informed decisions on what occurs as a result of the public input. There'll be a press release that goes out this evening to local press announcing the direction that it's moving forward as it relates to the council priority. And then Friday letters, you'll start seeing comments in the Friday letters as they go forward. So I just wanted to give you the quick rundown and let you know that your priority is being acted upon and progress is being made. Thank you.
Brian, appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in the room?
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thanks for all that you do. I know it's a lot. I have a suspicion too, and I just want to say some things that our staff is very, they have a lot of work, and I'd like to see a little compassion and understanding. I see this in other jurisdictions. California state regulations need to be turned into just a lot of work. Just wanted to say that. Understand also, we cannot not do a plan. We will get in trouble. So we need to hear you guys and say, yeah, okay, we got it. We have to do a plan. Okay, that's settled. Once we stop there, I go back, I was remembering this just sitting back there. I hadn't even thought of it earlier. The 2016 committee in 1990 and 91, a vision for Carmel in the year 2016, and the last year of those 2 years, we were in panic. If you look at the report, it talks about trends. We began to push forward trends, and we saw that many of those trends would destroy Carmel. First, you're going to get the shops, you know, what do you call it? The big shops are going to come to Carmel. You won't be able to block them for very long. And so we lost a lot of the interesting shops. Now you have the modern design coming into Carmel. And now you have a regulation for 349 homes. Let me ask you, if a developer came before you and said, I have a proposal to build 349 homes in Carmel, wouldn't we all just laugh our heads off? And that would be the end of it? It's going to be expensive to do law or legal. That's a big deal, and I know a lot of people don't understand that in city budgets. How much is it worth to save Carmel? Because these 349, we won't be the same after this. So how much is it worth to save the village of Carmel? So the Carmel has always established itself by being different from other cities and by insisting on that difference. The one thing you never say to a Carmelian is, you can't stop progress. Our very existence is about stopping progress. I wonder if there was a news headline in the major newspapers, Carmel-by-the-Sea decides to sue the state of California for SB 9. How many other cities would jump on board with this just when they saw the news item? It's a question. I don't understand what you're up against here, you guys. So I understand that these are suggestions that I may not understand the impacts of. And I think that's, I did want to read this. I saw this recently sent to me. Senator Scott Warner just introduced a new bill, SB 423. 65913.4 Government Code is amended to read, now it's been introduced, I don't know that it's been passed. If a local government's planning director or any equivalent local government staff, including all relevant planning and permitting departments, determines that a development submitted pursuant to this section is consistent with the objective planning standards specified in subdivision A and pursuant to paragraph 3 of this subdivision, it shall approve the development. They're basically saying you don't need the approval of the people. Please save Carmel. Thank you.
That was another man who needed no introduction. That's Neil Owen Cruz, I believe. Thank you, Neil.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
No
Neil
problem.
Cruz.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Good afternoon, Council. Melanie Billig speaking. I'd just like to ask you one question. I would like it to be answered if possible tonight. Where did the 349 come from? What's the basis of this? What's the evidence of the need? What was it why was that determined to be appropriate for Carmel? If, for instance, you look at the governmental structure of this country, we have a state and federal government, we have local and state government. What would we all do if the feds decided that they were going to totally usurp states' rights and tell us that we don't have any rights anymore? The federal government is going to decide everything. What do you think's going on here right now with SB 9 and 10? This is a total usurpation of local control And not only that, the state is trying to intimidate the cities and the counties into accepting this legislation and telling us, well, if you don't like it and you try to sue us or you try to move against us, we're going to move against you. We're going to fine you and fine you excessively. And then we're going to sic the AG on you, which is something totally new and not seen before. And so you all better just kowtow to what the state is requiring. I'm a huge fan of local control. I've been involved in local government for about 40 years in one community or another. And I can tell you that this really frightens me, totally frightens me. This is setting a precedent. If we don't react to this, and I'm not saying we tell them that we're not going to do the 349, but I do think we should listen to the other cities and counties who are opposing this. We should get behind it. And there's going to be a ballot measure because Californians are not going to stand for this. They're not going to stand for it. And rather than us sit back and pray that somebody else does it for us, I think we should get ourselves involved. One thing I don't know if you realize or have thought about, people want affordable housing. I want affordable housing. But I do not want what SB 9 and 10 are going to do to this state. It's not going to be an allocation really for low cost or affordable housing. It is going to be a boondoggle for investment speculation. And to make matters worse, we have always, as communities, demanded certain things from developers. We want parks, we want money for police, we want money for fire, we want transit. And we also want money for water, especially Carmel would want money for water. Where do you think we're going to get the water to support what's being proposed? And this isn't going to be the last legislation. There's more legislation coming on the way that's more authoritarian, more reactionary. These are called unfunded mandates. The state is passing on to us what developers are going to have to pay.
Melanie, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Think about this city's budget and the city's ability to afford what's being laid on us.
Thank you, Melanie.
You're going to pass it on to future councils who are not going to be able to do anything about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Melanie. Is there anybody else wishing to testify? Okay, I'm going to go out to the public then in the Zoom world. Janice Bradner, you have your hand up, and then Dale Byrne after Janice. Janice, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Very
Good.
well.
I'm Janice Bradner. I've been a resident for 24 years in Carmel-by-the-Sea. The process that this city has currently to identify trees for removal is seriously broken. During the first series of atmospheric rivers, and my neighbors and I contacted the forester to ask for an examination of 100+ foot Monterey pine tree that leans over my house, but also threatens the two houses to the south of me. And the response from the city was crickets, nothing. Subsequently, the forester left, and the employee, bless his heart, who's trying to keep up with the requests as the trees continued to fall and take out power, destroyed homes, and endanger lives. After repeated requests, we finally got someone to come out and take a look. The overburdened employee, bless his heart, last week. But this week, we traced the forester to see where we were in the process. And we expected to hear, yeah, you know, this tree is dangerous and it needs to be removed, or no, the tree is healthy and doesn't need to be removed. But instead we heard that the $340 permit fee hadn't been paid, which, by the way, it had been. So pregnant pause, think about this. What was really staggering to us was that the city was waiting to approve the remove of a clearly dangerous tree for $340. $340. Less than what a meal for two costs us in many of the restaurants in our city. When the tree in question goes down, and it will, it's going to take out 3 houses, mine and the 2 houses to the south of me. And the cost of repairs is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's just the repairs of the house. It doesn't even cover the personal property lost. So the city is really playing with people's homes and lives for a measly $340. Why is the approval of the removal of a dangerous tree contingent on the payment of a simple permit fee? In the meantime, my neighbors and I are living the back part of our homes because when the tree comes down, as it will destroy the front part of our homes.
Janice, if you could
If the recent series of homes has taught us nothing else, it's that the current forest management process is seriously out of touch with reality and needs to be revamped.
Thank you, Janice. I appreciate your comments. Dale Byrne?
Yes. Dale Byrne with Carmel Cares. Thank you, Mayor Potter, council members, city staff, and members of the public. We were hoping for the 3rd month in a row to see a consent agenda item this month releasing the $50,000 in funds allocated a couple years back for the Scenic Pathway Guardrail Restoration Project. But we've been now told it will be happening in May, so we'll be back next month to see that happen. In the meantime, a few months back, we submitted our detailed plans for replacing about 1,000 feet of guardrails to our wonderful city liaison, Tom Ford, who is teeing it up for approval by the planning department. We have also raised $50,000 in matching funds from our donors to pay for the labor to install the city-paid material, which will be beautiful, old-growth, reclaimed redwood provided by a supplier who just happens to be a Carmel-by-the-Sea resident. Once Brandon gives us the go-ahead, we will order the material for the first 68-foot run just south of 11th Avenue, and we'll be starting following approval at next month's council meeting if we don't get more rain. We're excited to get this project to the finish line, as in addition to our daily litter pickups, our larger Clean California litter pickups, Keep America Beautiful grant-funded cigarette litter prevention program, and sprucing up at the post office parking lot and other places around town, working hand in hand with our great partners in Public Works. We have several other significant projects in the works. This includes an ADA improvement to an area on Scenic Pathway that is in the planning stage, and completion of a significant ADA access pathway and picnic table area previously approved at Forest Theater. Yesterday, we also submitted a grant request under the city grant program to rehab Vista Lobos Park that will multiply the city grant funds by about 700%. We'd like to thank the city council, city staff, Public Works, all the commissioners, our amazing volunteers and other civic groups, and the public for their continuing support of our efforts. That's it.
Dale, well done. Within the limit. Thank you, Dale. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? I don't see anybody. Nobody? You see anybody?
I don't see any hands raised.
All right, we'll close the public comment period and move it on to council announcements. I'd just like to go ahead and announce that we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Skip Lloyd. I'll ask council members to hold their comments until the end of the meeting, but please, very valuable member of the community. I think it's most appropriate we adjourn it. Is on a consensus. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, city administrator's announcement. Chip, what's going on?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll take my 3 minutes. I just wanted to apologize for the tech issue. Something blew up right before the meeting, and so I think that everyone can see the the presentations, but thanks to Sebastian and Joel for tracking that down and fixing it. And incidentally, this is Sebastian McCabe's last meeting with us as a public employee, so he's finding some different pastures. I'm not sure they're going to be greener, but thank you, Sebastian, for all your work. No additions or deletions to the agenda, Mr. Mayor and Council. I do want to welcome Mr. Hamblett. Brian Hamblett is a partner of Mr. Pierick, so he'll be our city attorney for tonight. So he's familiar with the agenda, and Ms. Cox as well for the Scout House item. Ms. Cox, you've met in closed session in the past, so she'll be able to answer questions on Scout House. The good news is that I signed on Friday after the hard work of Maxine and Jane Hogan and Anna and other people, Juanita, the audit. Our audit is done. The good news is that it's done, but the better news is that we've got no audit findings, so we've got a great, clean audit. Really very proud of everyone, and you'll be seeing the results of that. You'll see the document in the next couple of days. April is Earthquake Awareness Month. Ironically enough, we had an earthquake today when we were in a meeting doing budget review, so you can take the time to download an app, what's it called, My Shake, Brandon, or something like that, which is or you can contact Wanda Vollmer. She can get you all kinds of tools for being earthquake aware. And just a reminder, Mr. Mayor and Council, that we've got a meeting tomorrow night to talk about the capital improvement program, get your direction for next fiscal year. That's tomorrow night at 4:30. And then we've got a housing ad hoc committee, and the housing ad hoc members are Mayor Pro Tem Richards and Councilmember Ferlito, scheduled for Thursday evening. So that's what I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chip. All right. Moving on, then city attorney reports. Brian, do you have anything you're reporting on? I didn't think so. All right, perfect. All right, what are my council members? Looking to my left, Jeff, Alessandra.
Yeah, concerning the ad hoc meeting on Thursday, I would encourage everybody that is interested to take a look at the CRA website. There's some great information on there and some great links. And so if you take a look at those before you come, it would be helpful. Thanks.
From one member of the public, Nancy Toomey, asking us to pull item number four for comment, I believe. That's a resolution authorizing the city administrator to execute a 24-month service agreement with Flock Group for the lease of 24 cameras, license plate readers, and 6 cameras to go ahead and supplement the existing cameras. Cost of the 1 year of that contract, $77,900. And it's enter into a 2-year annual renewal agreement, maintain the camp program not to exceed $69,000 annually. So with that, is there anybody else in the council wanting to put in? Is there anybody in the council wanting to put in? Is there anybody in the public wanting to pull an item? All right, why don't we get a motion to go ahead and move 1 through 3, 5 through 9, and then we'll go ahead and deal with Nancy's comments on number 4.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion to second. Any other discussion? Noah, would you call the roll, please?
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff? Yes. Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, Nancy, did you want to come forward and speak to your issue?
Yes.
You need a staff presentation.
Pardon?
You need a staff presentation.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Carmel Residents Association Board of Directors. To start off on the good side, we strongly support the purchase of these consent items referenced in the cameras and the services that support this. And we know that they will be instrumental in continuing to develop the safety needs of our village. So that's all good. And in addition, we support all of our wonderful Carmel police officers and the services that they provide. So please extend that out. However, under this umbrella, I'm just taking the opportunity to reference that safety of our residents, our businesses, our visitors is top of mind for all of us always, including present company. But given some references actually that Alessandra has made with regards to the lesser officers' supplies in the existing contract, I wanted to just call out a couple of items. Making do with fewer officers as a result of the contract negotiations that took place over the course of last year is worrisome to many, if not all of us. We are looking for expanded transparency on what went into this recent agreement as a critical part of our village safety services. We understand that we are 9 months into a 3-year agreement, and there's not a big wish to reopen that. We would like to understand and get clarification on the updated responsibilities, including pay increases required to be competitive, so we get that. We need good, strong compensation for our police officers. But there was also, of course, this decrease in 3 planned officer positions. Of course, you all are designated as stewards of our resources, which aren't unlimited, our finances also, which are not unlimited, and you also are in a key role for assuring safety and the tough decisions in balancing all of those factors in what you do. As a result, it's likely that many trade-offs were explored to achieve the final agreement that was put in place. The CRA board is just requesting an order of business city council meeting subject summarizing the contract, what it included and excluded, including the multi-year summary or report or statistics that talk to the trends on crime in our village. Finally, of course, we agree, as a destination and a residential village, strong fire, ambulance, and police services are critical. Our village needs to be safe, a safe respite for us all. Thank you very much for your consideration for a future agenda item.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate it. Well said. All right, is there anybody wishing to speak to this item in the public? I don't see anybody. We'll go ahead and bring it back to council for action. Council members?
May I add a comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy. We appreciate all your remarks. I just wanted to add, since this has been an issue that I'm very interested in, as we know, the contract, the pay went back to July of 2022. So in July of 23 this year, Chip and the assistant acting Chief Watkins have agreed that they will present to the council a look at the crime statistics over this past year to see if this reduced policing model is working, at least so we can see it for 1 year. And then, of course, in 2024, which will be the second year in, we can reopen the negotiations and see if this is something that works for us as a community. There is a concern, and this is certainly something we'll discuss in the budget next month, so I don't want to say too much more, but there is a concern that we're going to go from a surplus to a deficit, and if we do try to bring back these 3 officers, we're basically looking at, between salary and pension, almost $250,000 per officer. So this is going to be a large financial concern that we have, and it's something that we should certainly discuss as a community, and it would be much more appropriate in May when we discuss the budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Good homework. All right, is there any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion. Do we have a motion? No, we don't have a motion. We need a motion. We need a second.
We don't have a motion yet. I don't think we have a motion.
I said we need a motion.
Oh, sorry.
We need a motion and a second. I'll move it.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Marova, could we have a roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, so under order of business is Mills Act policy direction. Marnie, I believe this is your baby. I'm still looking at the PARS presentation. Beautiful. Thank you, Brandon.
All right, well, good afternoon. So staff is before the council this afternoon to talk about our Mills Act program. So as you may already know, the Mills Act is an economic incentive program in California that assists with the restoration and preservation of qualified historic buildings. The Mills Act is administered and implemented by the city, and the contracts are between property owners and the city. Each local government establishes their own criteria for the Mills Act program, and we determine how many contracts that we want to allow in our jurisdiction. So again, the program fosters the preservation of residential neighborhoods, as well as revitalization of commercial areas. The legislation grants cities the authority to enter into these contracts with qualified historic properties, who then actively participate in the restoration and maintenance of their historic resource in exchange for some tax relief. So in 2004, the city of Carmel adopted the Mills Act program as part of our local coastal plan. In 2010, the city council adopted an ordinance amending the program to expand the number of properties that could participate to all zoning districts. Also in 2010, the city council opted to limit the number of contracts for residential properties specifically to 3 per calendar year. Between 2010 and 2016, the average number of contracts per year was 1. In 2016, the City Council revisited the program and changed the limit to 15 contracts over a 3-year period. And since 2016, the maximum number of contracts over a 3-year period has been 5 to date. The City Council again revisited the program in 2020, opted to make no changes, and then also adopted standard contract language. So late last year, we were before you discussing the program again and asking some questions, whether or not we should make some modifications to the program, including when to issue notices of non-renewal, whether to change the number of contracts again during a specified period of time, see if you wanted to revisit that, whether to place a limit on qualifying historic properties based on the property value, and then any other changes you wanted to consider for the program. So the council did ask staff to gather some additional information to inform your decision on potential program changes. So staff did reach out to 73 cities and counties throughout California to try to gather as much data as we could on these various topics. We received 40 responses. Of those, about half have at least one restriction in place. Most do not. The most common restrictions are on the annual limits on the number of contracts, and then also limits on the assessed value of property. And only 2 of the responding jurisdictions actually limit their programs to residential properties. So based on this survey, again, only 2 restrict the land use to residential properties, and those are the cities of Claremont and Fullerton. So one of the questions that staff is asking this evening is whether the council wants to limit our program to certain land uses. Again, it appears that in 2010, the council expanded the program to include all zoning districts, but you can certainly reconsider that. You can limit it to residential or commercial or certain commercial use types. So we're looking for some feedback on that. Also, we talked about limits on assessed property value. So again, based on the folks that responded, 9 jurisdictions do have limits in their program, and you can see what those are there on the screen. Most of them do have different value thresholds for residential and commercial properties, except for, it looks like, Fullerton. So the question on assessed property value is, do you want to impose a value threshold? And if so, what should that threshold be? And certainly, if you need more information or data, please let us know, and we'll do our best to gather that for you. The next topic is limits on tax revenue losses. So this was not something that we discussed at the last meeting, but it's something that came up during our survey responses, so we wanted to share it with you. 4 jurisdictions put a limit on how much tax revenue they're willing to forego. We did not dig deeper. This certainly generates a lot of follow-up questions, so if it's something the council's interested in, we would need to reach out and collect some more information from those jurisdictions. So again, the question here is, do you want to establish that maximum threshold of lost tax revenue? And then kind of revisiting the number of contracts again, 9 jurisdictions did respond to our survey, and you can see here what the limits are for those various jurisdictions. We're just looking for confirmation that the council's comfortable with 15 over a 3-year period, or in light of some other possible changes if you want to revisit that number. So that is the last question there. Oh, there's one more. The notice of non-renewal. So we're also seeking direction on when to issue the notices of non-renewal. So the current contract terms are 10 years, and that's per the government code. The contract renews automatically every year, and 1 year is added to the term. So this creates a rolling 10-year contract, and this comes directly from the state law. So this continues on an annual basis. It automatically renews, a year is added until such time that the city or the property owner provides a written notice of non-renewal. In our contracts, the total length, it says, is not to exceed 20 years. However, in order to effectuate that, we do need to issue a notice of non-renewal before the 10th anniversary. We do have a couple of contracts that are either reached or approaching this anniversary date. So we're seeking some guidance on whether the council wants us to go ahead and issue those notices of non-renewal. Once we issue them, the contract will remain in effect for 9 more years, and then it will expire. If we do not issue the notice of non-renewal, the contract, again, it continues to automatically renew each year, and then adding a year to the contract. So a couple questions for the council. Do you want to maintain the maximum 20-year contract term for new contracts? This is currently in our standard contract language. And if yes, do you want us issuing the notice of non-renewal prior to the 10th anniversary of the contract to effectuate the 20-year term? Or do you want us to issue it earlier? So then the term would be less than 20 years. If we go ahead and issue notices of non-renewal, we do have 3 contracts that would then expire in 9 years. And so we're just seeking some feedback on that very topic. So again, just a summary of our program. It's been in place for almost 20 years now. We've entered into 14 contracts. 13 of those are for single-family homes, and 1 is for a commercial property, which is a hotel. You'll also be considering an application this evening for another hotel property. We've established a maximum of 15 contracts in a 3-year period, and we haven't come close to reaching that maximum. And we have a pretty robust inventory at over 280 resources. So there is potential for more participation, but to date, it's been pretty modest. So here is a summary of those questions and some examples of our current, couple current Mills Act properties. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Marnie, are there any questions to Marnie by council members? Jeff.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Marnie. When the city enters into a Mills Act contract, one of the things that staff does with the applicant is they enter into, I think it's like a 10-year list of maintenance that, value-wise sort of equals to the value of the lost property tax revenue. When the contract renews after 1 year, and then after 2 years, and then after 3 years, is that maintenance schedule extended?
It is not. So the maintenance plan is for the first 10 years of the contract. There's not an expectation that their property tax savings is going to cover all the cost of their maintenance activities, but it is intended to help offset the cost. So it's not a dollar for dollar type program. But no, the maintenance plan is for 10 years.
So could we, as a matter of policy, establish rules for first sort of the ratio of the maintenance plan values to the property tax that we think that they're going to save, and then could we, as a matter of policy, as part of this discussion, ask staff to extend, if we are going to continue to extend these contracts, could we ask staff to amend the maintenance schedule every year to extend the maintenance schedule farther out?
That's a good question. I think the short answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had a chart a couple slides ago about tax revenue losses by city. And so those were, I'm not sure I understand. So those were aggregate numbers, but for the whole jurisdiction. So when the whole jurisdiction gets to $500,000 in lost, I think it was school revenue. You can go back a couple slides. You can help me out. So in the case of Beverly Hills, so when Beverly Hills has a tax revenue loss of $400,000 to schools, they just stop issuing. So let's say they get to 40 contracts at $10,000 a contract. So when they get to those 40 and they reach that $400,000 limit, they just stop issuing Mills Act contracts?
I would assume so, but we did not do any follow-up questions with these jurisdictions. This was kind of bonus information that they offered up to us, but we would be happy to reach back out to them and get more information on how they manage that particular aspect of their program.
And finally, you mentioned a 20-year term. Is that part of the state law, or is that something that, so state law would allow us to just roll these things over forever?
Yeah, the 20-year term is something that's in our standard contract, and it does say a maximum of 20 years. However, in working with the city attorney, when we were preparing the standard contract language,
20 years ago. However many years ago, when was that standard contract language adopted? 2020,
you adopted the standard contract language.
Okay.
But the 20-year term is in some of the older contracts.
Okay.
But according to the city attorney, the contract is not going to automatically terminate at those 20 years if we don't issue a notice of non-renewal. So we would have to do that no later than the 10th anniversary. Otherwise, it'll be a 21, 22, 23, 24-year contract. It'll just keep going until we issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So, Mari, go ahead.
I noticed that you have the county of Monterey, but did you have the city of Monterey respond?
If they're not on the list, then no, they didn't. If you'd like us to reach out to them directly, we would be more than happy to.
And then I do have a question. If only one had been issued, do you recall why the council decided to go to 15 over a 3-year period rather than the 3 per year? It didn't seem like there was a lot of demand, so why did they increase?
I believe they did it because that year we actually had 4 applications. So at the same hearing that they considered the 4 applications, the item prior to that, they changed the term of the program. So that's my understanding, was to approve those 4 contracts in a single year.
Okay, thank you.
So, Marty, I was wondering about the assessed value of the property. Let's say a piece of property was on the market I mean, it was built many, many years ago at one owner, 400,000, suddenly sells for maybe 20 million. What happens to, who gets the tax break on that? What does it relate to? What exactly does that look like mathematically? Is it based on the 48?
You're asking me to do math?
No. Well, just who gets the tax break? I mean, does it go?
So it runs with the land. So if somebody was in a Mills Act contract and they sell their property, and it jumps, then that new owner is paying higher property taxes, but they're still going to benefit from the Mills Act program, and they'll still get a reduction.
So, but it's not based on the original price.
No.
Okay, that's good. That's fine.
I don't understand that. Like,
it's reassessed annually. So all of
the amount of property tax
under the So just like everybody else's property tax bill gets looked at annually, all of the Mills Act program properties get looked at as well. So they do fluctuate.
Yeah, and upon sale, the property would be valued at the sale price.
Yeah, there's only two things. There's only two things that trigger an automatic complete appraisal. One is a building permit and a recording of that, and then the other one is the going ahead of a sale.
So yeah,
I don't think we don't get reassessed every year.
No.
Well, under the Mills Act program.
So we did invite someone from the assessor's office to join us this evening. I'm not sure if they're on Zoom or not, but we anticipated that there might be some questions.
I'm Greg McFarlane, Monterey County Assessor's Office.
Greg, thank
I
you.
am on Zoom.
Good.
Thank you, Greg.
Did you hear the question, Greg?
So no, I did not hear the question. What is your question?
It's when, let's say a property was on the market, was originally appraised at 480,000. This recently sold for over 220 million. What is the tax ramifications to the new buyer?
So they would set their base year value at the new sale price, but then we would look at the calculations to create the Mills Act value, which is where we would look at the type of use, whether it is owner-occupied or not owner-occupied, makes a difference on the capitalization rate that we use. We would come up with a fair market rent if it is, well, either way. And then we would take out some expenses and capitalize it based upon the state recommendations on capitalization rates, plus the additional components such as risk, and then whether or not it's owner occupied or not owner occupied.
And how often assessed is a Mills Act property? Only on sale or?
No, we look at the value every year.
Okay, good.
That's what Marnie was trying to explain earlier.
Good. Jeff?
Yeah, can I expand on the mayor's question a little bit? So
Sure.
Let's say we have a property that we enter into a Mills Act contract with, and the assessed value, the prior sale value was $3 million. And I'm assuming that your office uses that $3 million to calculate some sort of rent that goes into the Mills Act assessment. Is that right?
No. So that $3 million sale price, that goes to its base year value.
Okay.
We would have to establish what type of rent, what the fair market rent at that time for whatever structure you're looking at. If it's a house, how much would it rent for? We would come up with the fair market rent per month, calculate that out per year, take out expenses, and apply the capitalization rate. Depending on whether it is owner occupied or not owner occupied makes a big difference, or makes at least a 2% difference in the capitalization rate that we use.
So in the case of like the $3 million property that sells for $10 million in some future year, so let's say we enter into this contract and then 6 years from now, the property sells for $10 million. What I'm hearing from you, and I'm just repeating this so I can understand it, is that your sort of value-based rent system has adjusted the rent every year on that property, and the $10 million sale will not necessarily affect the rent that you calculate on which the Mills Act property taxes paid?
Essentially, that is correct. The new sale price of 10 million would set at the base year value. We would be looking at the fair market value at that time in the future. It wouldn't be at the time that they went in the contract. We look at that every year. So 2023, let's say a house rents for $4,000 a month. 6 years down the road, it may be $5,000 a month. Who knows? So we would be looking at that at that time.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
But you would have adjusted it throughout the years.
Absolutely.
So when a property is purchased, and it's especially if it's a rental, it's going to be based on the rental value, not the real estate value.
Correct.
Is that if it's not owner occupied?
No, it's either or. It can be owner occupied or non-owner occupied.
So if it was
Now, excuse me a second, if the rental value or the Mills Act value comes in higher than their base year value, then they get the base year value.
But if it was owner occupied, you'd use the sale price as the base year value, correct?
No, we would not. We have to do an income analysis, whether it's owner occupied or not. The capitalization rate that we would use changes whether it's owner occupied or not.
And that changes by 2%.
Yes.
Any other questions of Greg? Greg, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Okay, well, let's take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? Yes.
There seems to be a basic...
Gerard, just get up the mic and get your name for the record.
Yeah, this is Gerard Rose. And again, I've voted on Mills Value homes dozens of times. The difference is that if you've got a Mills property, for example, if it's commercial, instead of using a market value approach, you use an income approach. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And we weren't hearing that when the assessor was talking about it, but that's the difference. So sometimes you're going to get a lower value, sometimes you're not, but that's the difference. Okay?
Thank you, Gerard.
Carol Hall, thank you. Being on the Historic Resources Board, of course, I care very much about our historic resources here, and we're talking about less than 10% of our buildings have historic status. Also, it's seen as somewhat of a punishment to have a historic home, unfortunately, because the value of the structure is less because of being able to do less with the building. And so I think that the Mills Act is a way of at least giving back in some way for people who are interested in maintaining historic homes and buying historic homes and maintaining them. So I'm all for that. I think the tax ramifications are minuscule compared to how much people pour into a home to keep it. If you've seen historic homes, and I'm sure you have, there's lots usually that needs to be fixed and a lot of maintenance required. So we're talking about putting in hundreds of thousands for tens of thousands of benefit for that. Also, the advantage of the Mills Act is that it requires that you not improve the property more than 15%. You cannot add on more than 15% to have a Mills Act property, and therefore it keeps some of our cottages. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Does anybody else wish to speak tonight? Zoom world, anybody? Don't see anybody. Bring it back to council for discussion. Council members?
I'll speak to it, Mayor. I think it's a great program, and I think that I don't think 15 is very many in 3 years. We haven't even come close to that number. And for me, I would encourage the 20-year. I think 20 years is enough, and so I would support our current program as is.
All right,
Yeah, comment.
Alessandra.
I support what Carol said, and I certainly agree with Bobby. As you all know, I feel very passionate about Carmel's history and historic preservation, and it's so important for us to maintain and appreciate our historic buildings, and this is just one way that we can do it as a community. So I'm supportive of keeping everything as is, and really I salute these people who own historic properties and the amount of time and effort and maintenance and things you need to do. It's different than owning a regular property, and so it's really a special commitment that you do make when you have a historic property. So anything that we can do to make it a little bit more worth their time and their money, I certainly support.
All right, anybody else? Jeff?
Yes, thank you. So I think, my perspective is that everything we do up here on the dais involves trade-offs between different aspects of things that go on in the city, and I think that this is especially true when it comes to, as you can imagine what I'm going to say next, the dollar amounts. I think that, dollars that we provide to people that own properties, people that own historic properties for the preservation of their properties, which they already have an interest in maintaining because they own the property and live there or conduct their business there. I think that needs to be weighed against the other things in our city and in our community that demand money. And so I'm generally in favor of the Mills Act program. I do think there's a fairly large value in maintaining the historic properties in town, but I have a couple of concerns. The first relates to the 10 years, the lack of schedules after 10 years. So, we as a city, we're responsible for the city budget and all that. And I think that, when we enter into these 10-year contracts with property owners, I think that when the contract renews after 1 year, renews for years 2 through 11, that the maintenance schedule should be adjusted as well. And I'm a little bit flummoxed as to why that doesn't happen. Second, I am concerned about the dollar amounts. I especially think that there should be a limit. I've said this, I've implied this or said this before. I think that there should be a limit on the amount of property tax forgiveness. I know, Marnie, you had some things in your presentation that said a number of jurisdictions had dollar amount limits. So, the amount of property tax you could be forgiven was $10,000 a year, $20,000 a year, or $30,000 a year, or whatever that is. And I'm a little bit ambivalent about what the limit is, but I absolutely think that there should be a limit. I think Dave brought up the idea of the Cabin on the Rocks house, which we saw a Mills Act contract for a number of years ago, when I think it was valued at, I think the base year value was like $4 or $5 million when we saw it. And at the time, I mentioned that when we saw the contract, I mentioned that I was concerned about what would happen to the property tax value of the county if the property sold. And sure enough, a couple of months ago, the property sold for, I think, $22 million. So the amount of forgiveness that the property owner has been given, if the property owner was paying $20,000 a year in taxes instead of $50,000 a year in taxes, that amount of forgiveness, which may have been acceptable 4 years ago, if the assessor's office doesn't reassess the property, that amount of forgiveness has grown from $30,000 to $180,000 a year. And providing $180,000 a year, and I have no idea what this number is because it's impossible to really get this information, before the assessor's office reassesses the property. But providing $180,000 a year for a single piece of property in town, even if it is that piece of property, for a piece of property that sold for $22 million, providing that amount of forgiveness to a property owner at the expense of the school system and the city budget, that's not acceptable to me. So I don't know where the line is between $10,000 and $20,000 and $30,000 a year and $180,000 a year, but it is. It's from my perspective, and given all the things that we're responsible for, it's somewhere in there. So I do have objections based on those ideas. Thank you.
All right, anybody
Yes,
else?
I'd
Karen?
like to make a comment. Looking down this list of limits, and looking at Monterey County limits it to $3 million for residential and $5 million for commercial, as does, I think, San Francisco. Of course, Beverly Hills is much higher, but I like the idea of some sort of limitation, and I see where Councilman Barron's going too, with a limit on how much we are willing to take out of our school system and our city. I think it's troubling to imagine, you know, this becoming sort of the thing to do when you buy a property and spend a lot of money, is to immediately go and ask for a Mills Act reduction. I think because this started in the 70s, this was meant to help people maintain their properties, and I don't think it's been updated in all that time, and maybe with the difference in property values these days, it may be due for an update at the state level. But here, I do think we ought to consider some sort of limitations on what we are willing to give up.
So to me, it seems like we're having a discussion about a problem that doesn't necessarily exist in its severe nature. We're suspecting here. To me, it seems pretty simple that if there's one application a year, it seems to seem pretty inconsequential as far as the impact goes to my tax base. So I'm not really in favor of changing it. I don't have a problem necessarily putting a cap on it, but I think if it's just perfectly working fine now, why would we go change it? Why do we need to go ahead and change it? That's my thought. So I guess we'll go ahead and ask these questions so we get direction. Do we want to go ahead and change this or not? Jeff, you're suggesting a cap. So let's just see if we get consensus on it.
I guess from my perspective, I would like to see a cap on, you know, the amount of forgiveness given to individual property owners. I'm sort of ambivalent as to whether or not that, you know, residential, commercial doesn't really matter to me. Mm-hmm. But I would like to see, you know, the most amount of forgiveness, you know, a person buys a $3 million historic house and they pay, you know, they enter into a $15,000 a year maintenance schedule. And then their property taxes were reduced from $30,000 a year to $15,000. That seems like a good limit to me. You know, $15,000 a year in property tax reduction. I'm pretty open on this. You know, I realize that I'm only one council member of 5, and I'm pretty open. But the important thing to me is that there is a limit, that a single piece of property cannot enter into a contract with, you know, that has too much of a detrimental effect on the community. I feel very, very uncomfortable doing that. And if that's not what the council wants, then I would be disappointed. But, you know.
I would like a clarification. How many did you say per year? Didn't we have like 3 or 4 last year?
Yeah, so under the 3 per year policy, we averaged 1 per year. Under the 15 over a 3-year period, we've averaged 5 was our highest year, or our highest 3-year average.
And is it true that when we enter into a Mills contract, we don't actually know the loss of taxes at the time we're doing that contract? That is determined afterwards by the assessor.
Correct.
So we don't really even know what we're losing. And that's troubling to me, that we don't enter a contract actually having the knowledge of what we are losing. And I would think that there ought to be some sort of mechanism for us to at least have a sense of what that is. Because while maybe $10,000 a year forgiveness in taxes over a 20-year period taken out of the school district, that adds up to quite a lot. So I'm uncomfortable as the prices of everything have gone up, so has the amount of tax forgiveness, far from when this program started in the 70s. You know, I like that we're encouraging maintenance and care of an historical property. That's very laudable. But I am very uncomfortable when we enter a contract and we have no idea what it's actually going to result in as far as a loss.
Bobby?
With that, Marty, don't go anywhere. With what Karen just said, but didn't we just hear that the property is reassessed every year?
Yes.
So there is an increase in tax every year. It's higher if it's non-owner occupied by 2%, but it is increased every year. It just is.
Keeping in mind too that again it's based on the rental rate of the home, not the value of the property.
Could we ask Mr. McFarland?
Greg, are you still there?
Can I build on Bobby's question for a second? So Councilmember Richards talked about the rate going up every year, and Councilmember Folito talked about the value, and the value that you that you talked about in your report. And when you gave your report, there was a slide in your report that said communities had restricted the amount of property tax forgiveness that they would do. So let's say that a contract came before us on a house that had a value of $4 million, that sold for $4 million. Could we write as part of our Mills Act contract that the amount of property tax they pay does not go below $20,000 a year? So could we limit the amount of forgiveness that they are given to $20,000 a year? Like you said, and you say in your presentation that there are jurisdictions that have limited the amount of benefit that any one property owner can get. And so I don't understand how they do that without including that line, that sort of maximum forgiveness line or minimum property valuation line in that contract.
So we could go back and get more information. We didn't do follow-up questions. We just accepted the information that they gave us, so I'm not sure how they actually manage or track that as part of their program. But we can certainly find out if that's something you want us to pursue.
This is for direction tonight only, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I think going to your issue, Jeff, I think it's kind of monetizing the value of the historic preservation piece. It seems to me like we're getting kind of cheap here by saying we're going to be concerned about, the few dollars that the school district's not going to get. Frankly, the school district's got bigger problems now, in my mind, than them losing a few dollars from our tax base, being facetious. But I still think that, honestly, I don't really want to put a price on what it's going to cost to save a house in there that's got a historic value. So do you have anybody else?
Yes, I'd like Mr. McFarland, if he could, to clarify. Are you there, Mr. McFarland?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
Greg.
So if this is based on the rental value of a home, is that assessed every year that the rent would go up? Or is the base cost of the base value go up?
We track both. So if you buy a home for $100,000, and of course you can't do that in Carmel, but just using that for example, the next year the base year value would go up by 2%, right? $102,000. The rent per month, we would do a new study every year, and we would bring that up to whatever the market rent was at that time. So if it was $2,500 a month, now it's $2,600 a month, then we would do our calculations off the $2,600.
Okay, and then another follow-up question with you. So when Monterey County limits it to, excuse me, $3 million for residential, does that mean they do not enter into any contracts? Or is that a total $3 million, or is that an individual $3 million on residential?
Good question. I unfortunately do not know the answer to that. We don't write the assessor's office. We're not part of the contract part of it. We only are told, here you go, here's your Mills Act contract, work it. So I do not know the answer to that, I'm sorry.
It seems to me, council member, that if the valuation is going up annually and the rental rate is going up, that you would never sign any more contracts, because you would be at that cap, that numeric cap, the loss, the limits on the assessed.
Mm-hmm. And that would be disadvantage to the program.
Right.
The program would just end up going away.
It would die, right?
I don't think that's, not if the cap was per property. I mean, with respect, I mean, my questions have been around, the per property value, not the $400,000 or $500,000 that, Beverly Hills has as a limit.
Yes, sir. I was answering Councilmember Fileto's question, which I think it was the overall property tax for the whole program. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yeah, but I thought that was, they didn't do Mills Act on properties that were over $3 million,
Well,
only
again,
up to
There's two different
$3 million.
models. So one is the slide that it says limits on assessed property value. That's per property. And then there's a limits on property, limits on tax revenue losses, which is an aggregate.
Right.
The entire property taxes that a jurisdiction would lose through the Mills Act program. So there's two different models that different jurisdictions, it appears to you.
So under direction of staff, though, unless there's consensus from the council now that we don't want to mess with it at all, sounds to me like there are some questions that we need asked and answered. Marnie, you volunteered to go back out again, I heard. I'm really not interested in messing with the whole thing, so I just leave it as it is, but if there's a majority, 3 say go ahead and fine with me.
I say to leave it as is, and not only is it working fine, as you mentioned, but it's really a small amount, and so few properties per year are applying for this that I think we're really quibbling on details here, that we should just look at the big picture of the benefits of this program and leave it as is.
I would support that same feeling, because I encourage people to do this. I would like to see more.
I'm a little uneasy with that, in that we saw several come up in the last few years, and I think we will see many more, and I'm just uncomfortable with not knowing what those valuations are and what those tax losses are when we see a property. I'm still unclear about that. And, we're giving away money, and you can call it a small amount, but it may not be a small amount. It may be what would hire another teacher. And, we just don't know the ramifications of this when we enter the contract. And I don't think any of us would do business like that on our own personal basis, not knowing what the cost of it actually was.
We as a city benefit by preserving our historic buildings and taking good care of them and having that's part of our community character, is these historic homes and historic commercial properties. Many of them are more than 100 years old, and the fact that they're being maintained is a benefit to the community at all.
Yeah, but I would counter that by saying, the school district benefits by having the $120,000 to hire a music teacher, or hire a physical education teacher, or whatever.
But these are
as I said at the beginning, everything that we do here involves a trade-off of dollars. And when push comes to shove, we are making a decision that involves, the historic preservation of our community, which is important, with the value to the school district, the $120,000 or whatever that number is, which allows the school district to hire another professional, another teacher, or another whatever it is. And I'm just, and so that is something that I think about.
I just say it feels like a drop in the bucket in the big scheme and the big picture.
Okay. We're getting a little redundant here. So let's just ask the question. I mean, are there three of us that don't want to touch it, or are there three of us that want to go ahead and fix it? Change
I do not want to touch it.
I don't want to touch it.
I don't
Okay.
want to touch it.
Yeah, sorry. All right, so then we get basically, direction to staff is that we're fine with it as it is. We can go do something else. All right. Okay, let's discuss this for a minute. We could take a bio break. The sixth item could take a little while, given the fact it is the discussion about the Design Review Committee Board. Do we want to, I could go a little while longer, but there's everybody.
Could I ask a question
Wanna
on?
break?
Could I ask a question
Sure.
about this design? We did get this letter from Victoria Beach, who's the chair of the steering committee. Is there any way that we, I mean, she's requesting that we postpone it. Can we respect her wishes?
I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have a discussion on the topic as a whole, and see where we want to go with that. What's the council's discretion? What do you guys think?
I'm not in favor of continuing this item.
I would not even want to either. Yeah.
I think we need to tackle it.
Okay, good, all right. We'll take a 10-minute bio break, then we'll be back at, let's say, 10 to 7, does that allow time? Yeah, 10 to 7.
Yeah. Multiple layers. Exactly. And that's just for indoors.
I'm glad this is early policy discussion.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
can direct it.
Right, yeah.
All righty. We could take our seats, we could condense for the balance of the night's business. There you go. All righty. Let's move on then to item number, what is this? 11.
Yes.
Which is the discussion of the formation of the Design Review Committee. I think everybody knows why they're here as far as this goes. Brandon, do you want to kick this off?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brandon Swanson, Director of Community Planning and Building, here to talk to you to receive early policy direction on the potential reinstatement of the Design Review Board. Quick background on this item. As you see, in 2000, we actually had a Design Review Board that was established here in the city. It shifted the design review responsibilities for development projects from the Planning Commission and created a separate body that reviewed those. It's important to note the Planning Commission did still have responsibility for land use matters such as variances and use permits and other things like that. That went on for about 9 years, and then in 2009, the DRB was dissolved and effectively their duties were reincorporated back into the Planning Commission. There was a resolution that was adopted, and at the time, it cited various reasons, 3 of which were the difficulty in filling those hearing bodies. It's interesting, back then it already noted that we were starting to see more and more vacant homes in 2009, so I thought that was interesting to read back through that. They cited that as part of the reason being difficulty in filling both hearing bodies fully. Impacts to staff workload, as you know, every hearing body requires noticing packets, staff reports, and all that, so they cited that. And also issues with consistency, because as I mentioned, some of the projects which required things like variances or use permits, they went to the Planning Commission and carried with them some design review as well. So there was concern about consistency when the Planning Commission would make a design decision versus when the Design Review Board would make a design decision. So in 2009, as I mentioned, they were dissolved. And around 2020, and that's an estimate because that's about when I got here, till now, there has been a renewed interest in Design Review Board. We've heard from both the council and the community, a need for an increased emphasis on design review in general. And it is on your strategic priority list, or was as its own standalone item, and then recently at your most current strategic meeting, we did combine that with the Design Traditions project. So I'm here tonight to just talk about some policy considerations and then just get early feedback from you and direction. So some of the things for you to think about are, should the Design Review Board be a recommending body or a decision-making body? What this means is sometimes you will see architectural review boards or design review boards, they're a stop along the way in the process. They make a recommendation to a planning commission. The planning commission takes their recommendation as part of their overall. And one of the reasons for doing it that way would be because the planning commission has to make those land use findings for variances and things like that. Or the way it's done is separated altogether, and the design review board is a formal decision maker, and only certain projects go to the planning commission. So then you need to think about the division of the duties between the DRB and the PC. Does the design review board review all design projects and only when it's needed go to the planning commission? Things like that. Appointment criteria. The previous DRB, it was a 5-member committee with various design adjacent backgrounds, and I use the word adjacent because they're not all design necessarily. It's architecture, landscape design, construction, artists. So we'll want to think about appointment criteria if we move forward with this as well. Some additional policy considerations, just to think about process. I mean, we do process really well here in local government, but we want to think about that because there are other stops along the way for development projects. Some projects will find themselves going to the Forest and Beach Commission, the Historic Resources Board, and the Planning Commission, in addition to the Design Review Board. So that could be 4 stops along the way, which could turn into 5 stops if appeals exist. But I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just something to think about again in the policy consideration. If that design review component is removed from the Planning Commission's responsibilities, we need to think about what those Planning Commission agendas should focus on in the future. Things like more long-range planning efforts. But please bear in mind that a PC agenda is fueled by planning staff. So Planning Commission working on more long-range planning items does mean that the planning department has to create more items for them to review. The Planning Commission doesn't necessarily do all that on their own. And then just thinking about how to handle those other aspects of development projects that do require PC approval, things like variances, the various things that require use permits for development, other design-related things like garages, retaining wall heights, and fences, and then some of those unique things like lot line adjustments and the coastal development permits. So these are all just a quick list of policy considerations, but certainly much more to think about. So if we do move forward with this implementation, then we're going to be drafting an ordinance and bylaws. So the ordinance is how you create the DRB once again and put it back in the municipal code. And you want to create some bylaws, or we'll want to create some bylaws, you sort of like rules of procedure for the body, how they work on a day-to-day basis. That's more of a policy document. And then that'll start updating the municipal code, require PC hearings, 2 meetings here at the council, and ultimately an amendment to our local coastal program, which requires certification by the Coastal Commission. It's worth noting that this path is essentially the same path that's going on right now for the Design Guidelines project, which is why we combined them into 2 items at the last strategic meeting. So if we do go this route of reestablishing the Design Review Board, it could effectively take the same track as what we're doing, because all of the Design Guidelines, Design Traditions Project 1.5 is going to need to go through these steps as well. So with that, I'm here truly to get policy guidance early on about the potential reinstatement of the Design Review Board. And it was mentioned earlier, and I just had it in my presentation to mention that your steering committee did send you a letter that was distributed to the council and made available to the public regarding their request to continue this item and allow the Planning Commission and the steering committee to deliberate on it before the city council did. With that, that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Brendan. Are there questions of Brendan at this moment? I don't see any, Brendan. Why don't you stand by? Take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item?
Yeah, Ken White, resident. Let's go history again. Is that okay? Mayor Townsend appointed me to Planning Commission when she was in office, and Eastwood continued me. We had a design review committee. Eastwood felt very strongly that some principles had to be followed. First of all, the makeup, he had architects on it. The only thing is the architects could not have an application for plans in front of the city. That was part of the deal. At that time, a couple of planning commissioners said, I'd rather be on a design review committee, and they went into that area, which was a good thing. And some of your present ones might want to do that if you do this. The design review committee was not a decision-making body. It was more of a counseling educational group where the committee would meet with the applicant, the architect, and if need be later on, the attorney. It was a time to work out design of plans that fit into the city design standards and explain those to architects that maybe never had come to the city, and the owners, because the owners are the ones that really had the decisions. Then when the recommendation was reached, it was sent to the Planning Commission, and they made the decision, yes or no, or changes if they wanted. The important thing to understand is that it cut down on a number of times that an applicant had to come back in front of the commission, and it cut down on a number of times attorneys had to appear with their applicant to defend their position. And in that sense, it was really very helpful, because what would happen is the Design Standards Committee would reach some kind of situation or decision with the applicant, and then the proposal would come to the Planning Commission. They're the ones that made the decision, okay? There's nothing wrong, and you've heard me say that, nothing wrong with combining with the Historical Resources Committee and just make it a dual thing. If I was Brandon, I wouldn't not want another committee to have to staff. But if you combine the two, I think you've got a real good combination. Look on the historical resources and the design review at the same time. That's about the way it worked. In the day, we didn't have a historical resources committee, but the opportunity for an applicant to sit down around a table, not you here and them over there, and go through some of the things that the design standards required and explain that to the applicants made a big difference. And that's why we kept it. We lost it in the year in the 2000s. By a 3-2 vote. And I was very sad about that, because it cut down on the pressure to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Because if the Planning Commission can make decisions and it work, they're not going to be appealing to you all the time. When the suits come into the room, you know you got a problem, and it cut down that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Carol Hall again. I've got to cut down on the number of things I care passionately about. I'm for a design review board, of course. I've thought about it, including it with the Historic Resources Board. We are not very busy as a Historic Resources Board. That's true. That would eliminate yet another meeting that the staff had to handle. That's one thought. I would opt for the Design Review Board being independent and passing on to the Planning Commission those topics, those problems that the Planning Commission could handle, like variances and so forth. And in our steering committee meeting, I think it was discussed that about 20% maybe of the cases that the Design Review Board would see would likely go on to the Planning Commission. But I look at the Planning Commission, and they do mostly design review. You know, hardly anything they do a little bit, but hardly anything else they do is related to planning. And so I looked at one point at a list of all the things the Planning Commission could do if they weren't doing design review, and that was an impressive list. So that would free them up to do that, and I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
I would not opt for another planning review board, having gone through building a house here. And if we did have it, because even if after you go through all the hoops and you read the design review guidelines with your architect, and even after all of that, you have something like 40 conditions of approval after that. And I certainly wouldn't want a design review board coming in after you've spent maybe $300,000 on your architecture plans to be scratched and start over. So I would say definitely, when Ken White was talking about at the architecture stage, when they're looking at the preliminary floor plan and plan, maybe the design review at the elevation of the house at that level, but not scrapping entire plans. I think we have one of the strongest planning commission design reviews here, and I really appreciate that. That's why we have such unique homes. And I would like affordable housing to be held to the same standard. Thank you.
Just so I'm consistent in my enforcement and names.
Tasha Witt.
I know, Tasha, yeah. Yeah.
This was Tasha Witt.
Thank you very much. It's for those that aren't present. Thank you. All right, is there anybody else wishing to speak that's in here? I don't see anybody. Sue McLeod, you look like you want to speak. And then I don't know if there's anybody else after Sue. Sue, the floor is yours. Sue. I don't want to stop the clock, start the clock. Sue. Hello. Mayor McLeod. Last call. Hate to do this. All righty. Well, I guess, is there anybody else in the public wishing to speak?
I can call her.
Uh-oh, she come up, Sue Belsham up. Sue, you moved. On the screen, anyway. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. There you
Okay.
are. All righty. Got about a
Okay.
minute left.
One reason the DRB was set up was to speed things along, and that's the criticism these days, is it's taking too long. Somehow, maybe you are doing this, but setting things up as those that can be moved more quickly should be moved through a process that's quicker than you've got today. It's costing people money, not just time. And then that they have to go back and revise with the contracting people. So somewhere along the line, there are obstacles that have been, not by intention, but are really really working against moving through quickly. And it's the process by which is in the approval. It is not being clearly articulated with the individuals coming in what they are going to be going through and what the time might be. And there needs to be a little more thought given to that so people aren't disappointed and go away with a negative point of view.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? I don't see anybody. But Melanie in the room here.
Thank you, Melanie Billig, and I would just like the council to please take a very careful look at the letter that the steering committee wrote to you. We were totally unaware that this topic was going to be on the agenda until our Friday meeting, and we have not had a chance to discuss this or even meet with the Planning Commission. We've had no dialogue, and so we would respectfully request that you continue this item until you can hear from your other committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Is there anybody else? I don't see anybody. Bring it back to council for deliberation, guys. Direction. I guess I'd be willing to open us up, since I was somebody, actually had my first entree into government by being on the Planning Commission, the Architecture Review Committee first in the city of Monterey. Chip, I think you're familiar with that process. It actually works very well. Over there, it's we had some decision-making authority, but anything was appealable to the Planning Commission and ultimately the council. So I think that system works very well. I'd be happy to have a look at that if possible. Maybe use that as a formula. But I do think there's an advantage to this because it does cut down the time. I think, as Sue McLeod was alluding to, I think it will save time. I don't think it'll be. And planning can do the job of planning, not just really going ahead and dealing with a smaller or minuscule item. So I think it does make a lot of sense to go ahead and have a design review board. I went on to the Planning Commission for 2 years. The big difference between being a planner and being an Architecture Review Committee member. I think the planning is more big issues in the housing details. It does something that can take a lot of time. I think from staff standpoint, it'll help too in facilitating time savings. Any other comments?
Yes, I'm very in favor of looking at this letter carefully because I think the Design Traditions Committee has put in hundreds and hundreds of hours, and out of respect to them, I think that we should heed their concern, and we should get more input from the Planning Commission itself and the Design Traditions Committee as to what they think is the way to go forward. So my direction would be that we don't make the sausage today at the dais, and we let the two committees that are working intimately with these processes have a go at it.
Jeff.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with the mayor. I think, I read the letter, and with respect, I think that it's the jurisdiction of the city council to make policy. And I think this is a policy question, and the policy question, that's before us is, do we want to have a design review board? So I'll talk in a minute about how I think we should go about that. But I think the answer to that question, in my mind, is yes. I think some of us have been asking for this for a number of years. And so I think that from the policy perspective of this council, I think that the answer to that question is yes. At least from my perspective, and I see Bobby's head shaking, and I even see Karen's head shaking. So that's that. Seems like that's a good path. I think one of my concerns is that we do create more work. I'm aware that we create more work by staff by having 2 bodies or 3 bodies if you include the HRB. But I've always thought that when we combined the Planning Commission with the Design Review Board, that we really gave planning the short end of the stick. And I'm ready to take my lumps in terms of the workload on staff by having 2 meetings in order to reestablish a true Planning Commission and a true Design Review Board. I think that Ken White's comments about combining the HRB and the Design Review Board, I don't know if that's possible. Whether those 2 sets of skills overlapped, or whether we're just always sort of fated to have an HRB that meets for an hour a month. That seems like if there's not a lot of HRB work, I don't know what to do about that, Brandon. But I would give you some leeway. My own personal preference would be to give you some leeway to explore that. The other thing that's really of interest to me, and I've said this before, anytime I've been close to a microphone, would be that the Climate Commission needs to be, the work and the climate reports needs to be implemented. Mm-hmm. And someone needs to monitor that. And like the Forest and Beach Commission monitors the Forest Management Plan and the North Dunes Master Plan and the Mission Trail Nature Preserve Plan, someone needs to be sort of have in their bailiwick the monitoring of the climate plans, and I think the Planning Commission is a perfect place for that. All the material in the climate plans, not all, but a lot of the material in the climate plans is long-term. Some of it talks about electrification of the city. Some of it talks about stormwater runoff. Some of it talks about, bicycle access. These are all things that I think belong under the Planning Commission. So I would hope that as we went down this road of putting the Planning Commission back together, if we're going to do that, that they would be given those responsibilities. There's a section in the municipal code where it lists the duties of the Planning Commission, and I hope that that line item would be added to their duties. And one more, I agree with Dave. Dave, the mayor, talks about the experiences, his experiences at Monterey, and my own view would be that we should, we don't need to, we talk about this a lot when we talk about law. We don't need to reinvent this wheel. Mm-hmm. We have a perfectly good example over in Monterey. Dave mentioned, I think it was Dave that mentioned those decisions being appealable to the planning commission. I don't know if I would make that decision as opposed to just appealing it to the city council, but I'm pretty agnostic on that. You know, we had a working design review board, near as I could tell, 15 years ago. So there's another example of what has worked in this community before. So, I would be agnostic as to whether you would go back to, go to the Monterey model or go to the Carmel model. I would just, my own preference would be to just, if we're going to go down this road, to just give you the leeway to do just whichever one you thought was better for us or more appropriate for us or whatever. I think that Sue McLeod's comments that things get gummed up is really valid. And that would lead me personally towards not wanting to have design review board decisions be appealable to the planning commission, because I think if you get a litigious neighbor, the litigious neighbor can tie up the applicant for months and months and months and months and months, because every planning commission hearing will take 2 or 3 months, and then every city council hearing will take another 2 or 3 months, and that really just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. So, I would definitely have a preference for just being appealable to the city council. One of the things that you mentioned was the inconsistency of the two decisions, between, I think Marnie mentioned it, between the planning commission and the design review board, and that's an issue. And I don't know how to resolve that. I think when we had a planning commission here before, the planning commission seemed to do more of the downtown stuff, and maybe that was because the downtown stuff generally had use permits involved, and those were only issued by the planning commission, and so that fell into the planning commission's bailiwick, and maybe the planning commission is responsible for the downtown design guidelines, and the design review board is responsible for the residential design guidelines, and then you just sort of make up all those fringe cases and decide what you want to do. So at least you'd have 2 separate set of design guidelines, one body responsible for one set, one body responsible for another set. That would at least clear that up. I see Marnie over there laughing, so maybe that's not a good idea, but I'll leave that to Marnie. I know Marnie will do her best to do what the council asks of her. And finally, on the notion of like how to get there, there was a comment in the letter. The comment in the letter from the design traditions board about letting them have their input. But I think that the appropriate venue for this discussion to be had is the planning commission. When we had this discussion at our strategic planning a couple months ago, one of the things that got it going was the notion that the design guidelines board was going to finish their work, and then the implementation of the design review board was going to be a year behind. And so it concerns me that the design traditions people will all of a sudden have twice as much work to do, and that both of these things will get pushed off. That the design traditions will be done first, and then the design guidelines will be another year-long process. And we're trying to get planning into the planning commission, and this is planning. And so, my pretty strong preference would be to have the discussion of how all this is going to work. Back to those as Councilmember Filito said, making the sausage. My preference would be to have the planning commission make the sausage, and just punt it to them. Have those hearings in front of the planning commission. I would certainly welcome the design guidelines board to appear at the planning commission and voice their collective or individual opinions, or however they want it to work, however they feel that they could best have their views done, their views sort of accommodated. But I think that having it in front of the planning commission would lead to a speedier and probably better outcome.
To that, Jeff, if I might, I would think, why not just have it come back here directly? I mean, if we're going to take a model of work somewhere, we'd need policy direction. I don't know if there's that much need for, an additional in-depth study. I mean, of what the project's gonna, what the policy's gonna look like, what the program's gonna look like.
The mayor's suggesting not going to the planning commission.
Yeah, I don't have, Bobby's looking at me and I'm wondering, like, I don't really have and it's not, I don't know whether I should talk to Dave or Bobby. I don't really, it seemed like the planning commission, they're the people that do like land use law, and they sort of maybe have a better understanding of how the commissions work, and they probably have a better understanding of variances and trees and all those things because they're really down in those weeds, and I'm a little concerned that.
How about if it came back at us for a policy direction with more definitive direction than just saying, let's go down, massage it around the planning commission? So we could decide whether, what the substance would be, who the body members should be, that kind of thing. What their purview would be.
I'm ambivalent on the question. I would be okay. I personally would be okay either way. Can we did it the planning commission?
Can we get into this conversation?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, because to me, it looks like right here it says, provide early direction to the potential reinstatement of the design review board. So I've heard several different things come out tonight. Me personally, after what I've heard tonight and what I've felt and before, is I like the idea of combining the DRB and the HRB. We have rules and guidelines and ordinance and all these different things to deal with. What I'm kind of coming at it from is how a citizen gets a project done. And if a citizen can come in here and sit at that table with somebody from HRB and DRB before they break ground, before they even spend $1 on an architect, and say, what does the city want, and discuss this, then they can come up with a plan and maybe work a little bit more with this group to provide or to get a positive project to the planning commission. That seems like that would make sense to me. And it's the planning commission, it's their job to make sure they're following our guidelines and rules and all of these different things. But let's make it easier for somebody to get a project done and a little bit quicker. And I think by combining the DRB and the HRB, we don't have to create another commission, and it just would be, it would make sense to me. So and I would like to see it just come to us and let's get it done, because we've been talking about making this DRB for a long time. Let's just make it happen.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I want to build a house. I come to the DRB. Do I get approval from the DRB, or does the DRB just advise me and then I have to go to the planning commission?
Yes, that's exactly right. They would advise you, they would work with you, advise you, say that's not going to work, that's not what the city wants. This is more along the lines of what the city wants. We want more stone, we want more wood.
And then after that, it would go to the planning commission?
Right, with the seal of approval or not approval. The HRB, DRB does not support this project, or it does support this project. And then the planning commission has that information in front of them.
So
I'm a little confused because the things that the planning commission decides, the variances and so on and so forth, that's not what the DRB would be deciding. So the DRB, and maybe in combination with the HRB, would be looking and also advising the person, well, look, this meets all the guidelines and it doesn't look like it needs to go to the planning commission. Or they come in and they go, oh, you're going to need a variance, you're going to need a this, you're going to need a that, you're going to need to go to the planning commission. So there's kind of a two-track there. And I understand meeting the needs of the applicants, but we also have to meet the needs of the city. And the city needs some real planning going on, planning on how to implement the 349 housing units, how to create some specific plans that might help do that, how to look at big issues, the opening up and revising our general plan, which is due for a revision here coming up. The big city kind of overall issues should be at the planning commission, and the design review board could handle the design review, except for the ones that needed that bigger picture of the variances and so on and so forth. So I think we do need to respect our existing planning commission, because they're going to have they should have input into how this works and what they want to be on, if they want to be on design review or planning. But before we get to that point, we have to know kind of what we want those two entities to do and cover. And I think they need to be putting their 2 cents into this as well. And as far as the Design Traditions Committee, they've gone through months and months and months, along with Nori Winter, coming up with these new designs, and that's going to take an educational process as well as to how to implement them, how to even work with the documents that come out. So I'm more comfortable allowing the people that work with this all the time having some input before we put our final stamp on it.
Now, Alessandra, in
Could
the
I
interest
weigh-
of being all inclusive in the discussion,
I'd
do you
like
have
to
some
weigh in.
thoughts? Yes,
Yes,
I
thank
thought
you.
so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely agree with Ken White and Carol Hall about the idea of combining the Historic Resources Board with the Design Review Board. I do not think we should make a third board. I don't think we'd be able to find the candidates. We have problems getting qualified candidates as it is. So I think it would be a good idea to join those two. I support the idea that this board would provide recommendations to the Planning Commission, and I really like the vision that Bobby presented, that they could do an advisory role, and then that it goes to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission ultimately would have less to do because it's already, everything has gone through this Design Review Board combination Historic Resources Board. So that's what I would support.
Can I ask Brandon a question? And maybe I don't understand what's sort of going on. So when I built my house in 2008, we sat down with staff. We had a number of meetings with staff at the beginning of the process, and the conversation that Bobby is describing at the beginning, where his vision includes, these are the rules, these are the things you have to look out for, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I had that meeting with staff at the very beginning of my project.
Pre-application meeting.
Does that still happen?
Does that
still happen?
Yes, it does.
So
Yeah, it does.
when someone sits down and has that meeting with you and really invest the time to sort of listen to what staff is doing, or what staff is telling them about things that will work and things that won't work, what are the chances that they get through the Design Review Board without too much trouble?
Exponentially greater. That's,
Yeah. So I don't, I guess my question to you is, why do we need to, if someone goes through the process that we have now, Bobby, and does and listens to what staff does and sits down with their architect and staff and designs their house according to the guidelines that staff gives them, why should they then, my concern about then sending them to the plan, so they sit down with staff.
I
then
can
they go
answer
to
it.
ARB.
I get it. I can answer that.
Yeah.
I think that it would make me feel better that staff wasn't going over it with them, but citizens were going over it with them. That's why. So I appreciate what staff does, but I think that citizens need to have some ownership in the development of properties. And so that's for that reason alone, because I know when I built my house, I did the same thing. I talked to Mark, and I was like, Mark, I'll do anything you say that doesn't make me go in front of anybody. And so I didn't have to go in front of anybody. I just did whatever Mark said. That was but there's other people that may not be as easygoing as I was with my house. And so I would I would like to see citizens take some ownership in building homes.
But wouldn't the Design Review Board be those citizens?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I would like somebody says, hey, Brandon, what do you think of this project? Well, it looks fine. This is what the city likes to see, and this is what the city wants, and this is what we're trying to strive for. Go ahead and take this project, maybe further it a little bit along, take it to the HRB, DRB, and they'll help you, kind of polish it. And then they go, okay, this looks great, everything's good. We give it our seal of approval. Then it goes to Planning Commission. And at that point, the Planning Commission hears, this has been through the HRB, DRB process, and they support this project. Now, let's find out if the variances are correct.
So in the interest of trying to get something accomplished here, where we might get some consensus, why don't we go ahead and have a look at can we schedule another meeting for this group, for this body here? Bring back the previous plan and the Monterey plan, put those up on the wall, and we can throw stones at that. See what falls out of that.
Absolutely.
I think that'd be the best way to go.
Yeah, we can do that. If I may, ma'am, real quickly. My concern, having done design review here and in Monterey and back here, is that each junior board is going to want to put their fingerprints on a project. So I hear what you're saying, sir. I'm not rest assured that if there is this de facto seal of approval by a DRB, HRB subset, that the Planning Commission isn't going to disagree with them.
Correct, and
so,
I don't want them to, I'm not saying they should or shouldn't.
Oh, okay, so you're not ruling out the thought that the DRB would be the end of the design review process unless it's appealed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Unless it's appealed.
Unless it's appealed to someone, appealed to someone. It could be the council. It should be the council, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is there any way you could give an opportunity for a small workshop with the Planning Commission and the design review traditions so that they can chew this around a little and give us a little bit more advice from their point of view as to what they see in this? I mean, I think that's only fair considering they put so many hours into the Planning Commission meetings and the design review commission means that they ought to have a little bit of workshop time to at least discuss and give us a little of their feelings. They just found out about this. They don't all have time to show up and talk about this. That would give them an opportunity to give some recommendations.
I think it's a question for your cohorts up here. That's not
Yeah,
really my decision.
I agree. I think the central question is the development of a design review board and their authority within the bailiwick of the council or a junior board and commission. And again, the Design Traditions 1.5 is an ad hoc committee. It's a temporary committee. They have no standing after the Design Traditions project is completed, unless you continue to assign them.
I understand that, but I also know they've put their heart and soul in this for
yes,
months
ma'am.
and months, and they might have some opinion as to how this might work.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure they have opinions.
They didn't have an opinion.
I'm sure they do. And, as time marches on, we're getting, this project, again, we're running up on some deadlines. We told you when we started this, it would be done within a certain amount of time. We called the Design Traditions 1.5 because it was not a total rewrite. And it wasn't a 2.0. And that was something the council was very, very devout about. In fact, when we came back to you to reinforce the role of Design Traditions group, you reiterated that this was a time-limited homework assignment. And the more you add on, I think the more it's going to delay implementation of these revised design guidelines.
And that's why I said at the meeting that I wanted this pulled out. At the retreat we had, I didn't say go ahead and marry this up with the Design Tradition project. I actually said I wanted this move forward, separate of that, because I thought that it would take too long. And I think we need to get this, we've had the discussions about this for years.
I think I think that the mayor brings up this really valid option. Here are two examples, choose one or talk about them a little bit. I wouldn't be opposed to having, the Design Traditions group and the Planning Commission look at them and give us their thoughts. I mean, that's 10 members of the public that we could certainly benefit from there. So I'd be willing to, just if you were going to put together a presentation for us, like I wouldn't have any objections to you just showing the same proposal to those two bodies and getting their opinions. I mean, I would be okay with that. I mean, it would set us back 1 month, but it doesn't set this body back 1 month, but it doesn't really relinquish our, Dave thinks we should be doing it and I'm okay with that. And that wouldn't really relinquish our,
well, let me ask for some clarification if I could, Councilman Burr. So if if the direction is for us to go and find out what Monterey does and what we used to do in Carmel and bring that back here for a discussion, that would be one thing. But it sounds like what you're saying is more, you would almost encourage staff to go and look at those two and draft what we think it should be and bring that for discussion.
Versus it coming to us and we saying, okay, these are the things we like in here, and then we could go ahead and send it back to planning. But I mean, I think we've got big policy issues we want to deal with up ahead of the, the more, I want you to do this and I want you to do that to it.
You think we should do the policy questions first before we?
Well, at least under direction.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and decide where we want to go policy-wise, kick it down to them. If they object, then we go ahead and deal with it then. But I think it's better if it comes with some policy direction rather than we trying to interpret where we want to go.
Okay.
So do we have consensus on that? Yeah. Karen?
No.
Okay, so we're going that way, okay, by consensus. You want a formal motion?
No, sir, you don't need
I
Okay,
thought
all
this
right.
was just a
It is,
policy
yep.
direction.
Yep. Okay, thank you. All right, why don't we consider then the funding issues, amounts that have authorized for the current council discretionary grant program cycle and provide direction to staff for fiscal years 23 and 24 budget. This is an annual drill we go through and to allocate amounts of money out. Very well thought out program.
Okay. So,
Nova, do you want to handle it?
yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City Council recognizes the important role that nonprofits and school districts play in providing services and programs that benefit and enhance the well-being of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Council adopted a discretionary grant fund program policy in 2017 to come up with clear and consistent framework for local nonprofits to apply for discretionary grants. Every year since then, Council has awarded grants to various nonprofits that meet the application guidelines, and it's always done around the time that the annual operating budget is adopted. So over the past 4 weeks, the city has advertised the fiscal year 23-24 grant application cycle and encouraged local groups to apply by the deadline, which was yesterday at 5 p.m. This week, staff will be reviewing those applications to see how many or if all of them meet the council's grant policy requirements. This includes checking for completed applications and if the required backup documentation was submitted. At the next council meeting in May, staff will present the list of the eligible applications that were received that meet the policy requirements and make a recommendation for council to award grants. So tonight is not about deciding which groups are going to get the funding because the application period just ended. We haven't had time to review them. But I can say that we did receive 10 total applications, and each of them requested the maximum amount that they can ask for, which was $3,000, which is a total of $30,000. We usually receive an average of 8 applications, so we got a little bit more this year. Last year, council approved $24,000 total for discretionary grants, which was given to 8 nonprofits. So the purpose of tonight's item is to ask for council's direction on the total amount of grant funds to allocate in the fiscal year 23-24 budget, so that May we can come back with the list of the eligible applications.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions on Nova at this time before I go to the public?
Yes, did you say the deadline is, when is the deadline for them?
It was yesterday at 5.
Okay, and you've
Yeah, and we
received
got
10?
10 applications.
Up 9
Thank
from
you.
what you had before. When you drafted the staff report, you only had 1.
Yeah, so we got a lot in the last 2 days.
All right. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? Anybody in Zoom land? I don't see anybody. Okay, we'll bring it back to council for direction.
I have a question.
Sure.
Last year, if I remember right, last year there was a little bit of scrambling at the end. Like some of the applications were maybe not quite complete, and we sort of scrambled to sort of get them over the finish line. Do you remember that? I remember.
Yeah,
a
I
couple.
remember that.
Is that so? Is staff's sort of outlook on these 10 applications that we're going to help all 10 applications sort of get across the finish line this year? Like I don't mean to be pejorative about what happened last year at all.
I remember it was, they missed the application, or they were a nonprofit or something like that.
No, it was one of them, like, on one of them, the, like, program wasn't exactly right according to.
Well, they were
the program.
reimbursing
So-
themselves
so
for
they
fees.
It needed to be a different program or
Yeah, you're right.
something
But they haven't
like
looked
that.
at them yet, so they don't know.
Yeah, we will, based on the policy guidance from last year, council member will help ensure that they meet the grant criteria that's in the packet. Yes, sir.
I'm comfortable with 24.
30.
30. Yeah.
I'm comfortable with 30.
Yeah.
I'm
I as well.
comfortable with 30.
I'm fine too.
Okay.
I make a motion that we allot
Just
$30,000 to the discretionary grant program.
Is it a motion?
we can do a motion for it. Second?
Second.
Give us a second. Nova, would you call a roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so order of business number 13, this 13 is considered adoption of urgency ordinance 23-002 to repeal and replace urgency ordinance 22-006, adopting amended rules to conduct attending meetings of legislative bodies at city facilities. Please, council, are you handling this? Brian, are you handling this? Or do you want to take it? Not very complicated.
If not, I can.
Yeah, I think Mr. Romero was ready to read it.
Hello. I wasn't told that I would be handling this, so.
Well, we just let Nova read read it,
Request the
Mr.
city
Mayor.
attorney to read the title of the ordinance.
Well, I could just read the summary, which is like a couple sentences.
Yep.
Basically, at the last council meeting on March 7th, council adopted a resolution to terminate the local emergency due to COVID-19 and also adopted an urgency ordinance to terminate all the COVID-related urgency ordinances except for 2022-006, which is the one that adopted rules for attending meetings of legislative bodies inside of city facilities. The direction at the last council meeting was to come back with an urgency ordinance tonight that changes the language. Instead of requiring that masks be worn to attend meetings in person when the CDC community level is medium or high, to change it so that it's only when the level is high. So the draft urgency ordinance before you tonight is essentially just changing that section to only high.
The threshold.
It was consistent with our direction previously. So would there be a motion then to go ahead and waive the full reading?
Do we
Would
need to
somebody
take
like
it
to
out?
read that?
You need to hear from the public,
I
Mr.
did, I
Mayor.
thought I did. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak this item? I didn't think so, okay. All right, we'll bring it back to council for direction.
I'll make the motion.
Lovely. You wanna
Did you
read
read it?
Yeah.
Where is it? I'll make the motion. We request, wait,
The second bullet, yeah.
the second. Motion to waive full reading and adopt urgency ordinance 2023-002 to repeal and replace urgency ordinance 2022-006, adopting amended rules of conduct for attending meetings of legislative bodies at city facilities.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Renova, would you read the call roll, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Bob Herrera, you have item number 14 under public hearings. Scout House request for proposals and resolution of intent to lease real property and surplus land, Land Act resolution and CEQA findings. Bob, the floor is yours.
My chair.
The rollers again.
Cleve. Mission study.
This is right here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council.
First of all, I wanted to recognize Joan Cox, a partner with Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. She's in Zoom land. She prepared the two resolutions before you, as well as the operations and maintenance agreement and the site lease, and she'll help answer questions at the end. A little bit of background on the Scout House. It's located in the northeast corner of Mission and 8th. It was constructed in 1931 by M.J. Murphy. This is registered as a historic building. It's been closed for many years. It's currently in a dilapidated condition for those who've been in there. There have been various plans considered to reopen the facility since about 2000. In the meantime, although it's not in use, there's still ongoing city expenses. A few years ago, we replaced the roof, although we got a grant for part of the cost. We pay monthly for the alarm monitoring, for repairs, those types of minor expenses. The city council last year, the strategic priority was to explore opportunities for the Scout House. And since last year, we wrote the request for proposal. That's in attachment 3 before you. We researched a number of legal issues and prepared the resolutions. Before I move on, I wanted to thank Richard Kreitman, who's been a strong advocate for the Boy Scouts, as well as today, he identified some historical ownership information that I wasn't privy to, but it really pertains to ownership prior to about 1971. The city has been the owner since that period of time, so prior history doesn't really pertain to what is before you tonight. Okay, and the request for proposal it's a 124-page document. It provides a number of bits of information as the history of the building. It does talk about that it's a historic resource. It provides an outline of the current building conditions and what the renovation requirements would be. It makes clear that there's no city funding involved here. There'll be a mandatory pre-proposal meeting and open house. There's a number of financial and legal considerations in the document. It spells out what the selection criteria would be, and then it attaches an operation and maintenance agreement and a site lease. I'll cover that. I'll drill down on that in just a second. The proposals that we get back need to cover the design and construction approach for the renovation, the project schedule, their approach to outreach and activities programming once it's renovated, facility management and maintenance, ongoing, and their financial resources to be able to do this. The request for proposal also talks about the renovation, and there are some challenges. ADA compliance is probably one of the biggest challenges. The photo on the right shows the downstairs ceiling height. It's not habitable space unless, well, it could be used for storage, but it would require, costly structural renovation to make that space habitable. The contractor would have to essentially reconstruct the electrical and mechanical systems, remediate any hazardous materials. The site work requires some repairs on utilities and the retaining wall and stairs and that type of thing. This is a challenging construction project because the site is so constrained. Most of it is the building itself, and also there's, it's a steep slope to the south. There'd be a requirement for the contractor to provide a performance bond so once the construction project is started, they must finish. And the preliminary cost estimate is $500,000. Some may say that the cost estimate might be much higher. It really depends on to what extent the renovations are completed. The selection criteria, once we get the proposals back in late May, again, this is a qualification-based selection process. It's not a bid. We're not asking for bid numbers. So the qualification the selection requirements would be the responsiveness to the RFP, the qualifications and experience of the team, their successful performance at any type of similar project, the technical approach to the renovation work, their approach to activities program and outreach, their approach to facility management and maintenance, their ability to fund the project, and any requested changes to the operation and maintenance agreement and or the site lease. Drilling down on the activities programming element of the project, the RFP stresses the importance of providing a mix of community-based activities. We would expect the contractor to do market research and outreach to both the community at large as well as the local neighborhood. We have the Sunset Center directly across the street. The proposed activities can certainly include the Boy Scouts, but doesn't have to be the Boy Scouts. Successful proposal will be required to present the recommendations of what they're going to use the facility for to the Community Activities Commission. The activities will need to be consistent with the residential limited commercial zoning. They'll provide management, operations, and staffing for any events that happen at the facility. They may have concessions and food service. And the city would maintain the ability to use the facility one day each month. In terms of ongoing facility maintenance and management, a sticking point would be security and parking. Parking is very tight in that location for larger events. The contractor would be required to provide ongoing costs for pest control, landscape maintenance, water, gas, electric utilities, that type of thing. The contractor would also have to have a budget for preventative maintenance and repairs. And it would work with the city staff, similar to what we do with the Forest Theater, to develop annual capital improvement plan projects and at some kind of cost-sharing basis going forward. The operations and maintenance agreement provisions include, it would be a 10-year initial term with an annual option to extend 5 additional years. The contractor may, or the proposers may suggest alternate timeframes if that's what we have. It's clear that the contractor would have to pay the full cost of the renovations. They would have to comply with all city regulations regarding the renovation, provide insurance and indemnify the city. Any disputes would be resolved via mediation or arbitration. The contractor would have to sign a site lease, which is coming up, and the city can terminate the agreement at any time. The site lease covers the duration of occupancy, so the contractor then becomes the city's leasee. The contractor would be required to pay fair market rent. Now, the contractor may undertake various fundraising activities, whether it's naming rights, sublease the facility, provide some kind of commercial purpose consistent with the zoning requirements. And the fair market rent can take be something that could be negotiated with the city. It could take into account that the city would use the facility one day a month, and or that there be a allocation for future capital project budgets. Okay, here's a legal process, so bear with me. I'll try to get through this. So the approval of intent to lease real property is per government code section 52201. So the city may lease property to create an economic opportunity, is what we have here. The council, by approving resolution 2023-04, after this public hearing, would be for the intention to lease the real property. This public hearing was noticed twice in the Carmel Pine Cone. There's another resolution 2023-042. This pertains to the Surplus Lands Act. The city is exempt because the city will be continuing to use the facility. The adopted resolution, if it's approved tonight, would be submitted to the California Housing and Community Development for confirmation that the Scout House site is exempt surplus property. And the adoption of the resolution should be concurrent with the authorization to issue the RFP, the request for proposal. So to wrap up, our recommendations is that after the public hearing, Council adopts Resolution 040, authorizing the city administrator to issue the RFP, seeking technical proposals for a contractor to enter into an operations and maintenance agreement and site lease, and for them to renovate the Scout House and subsequent programming, operations, and maintenance of the Scout House. Second is to adopt Resolution 042, declaring the Scout House real property exempt surplus lands. And 3 is to find that these actions do not constitute a project as defined by the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378B, and also exempt from CEQA pursuant to guidelines section 15061B3 and 15301. That completes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions, or we can certainly ask Joe to chime in.
Any questions of the council by Bob before I go take it out to the public? Jeff?
Thank you. One question. You know, requirement number 3 that we've defined that is not a project is defined by CEQA. You know, a couple of months ago, or 6 or 8 months ago, there was a proposal at the Planning Commission that died for a doggy daycare place in one of those. And this question of CEQA compliance came up, didn't it, during that hearing? So how can we, so what staff is recommending is that we find, my question is, how do we find that it's not a project as defined by CEQA if we don't really know, like, what the use is? Like, suppose it's a doggy daycare place that comes in and wins the thing. I'm not suggesting that we would do that, but can we really make that finding without knowing what's going to happen?
You can make that finding based on the items that are before you tonight. So this CEQA determination is based on the existing decision points for tonight. So, for example, if you have a use that comes in that requires a use permit, that would require a separate CEQA evaluation through the Planning Commission process, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to hold mine until after public testimony. Okay, we'll open up to the public. Is there anybody wishing to speak to the public on this item?
Richard Kreitman, speaking for Eric Tarbox, the Scout Executive for the Silicon Valley Monterey Council, Monterey County Council of the Boy Scouts of America, who can't be at this meeting, but I'm authorized to speak on his behalf and on behalf of the council. Mayor, council, city staff, and community. First, I'd like to thank the city, the staff, and its council for the amount of time and effort you've put into this RFP. It's been a long time coming. I have some questions. One is, what is the material difference between and I would hope you could let my comments go more than 3 minutes under the circumstances. I hope we have some flexibility on this.
We'll see.
Thank you. So what is the material difference between the current Scout House situation and the RFP operating and maintenance process that was for the Forest Theater a couple of years ago? Because the RFPs are incredibly different. And the one material difference in that case, the city spent $2 million to repair, renovate, and bring the facility up to code before issuing the RFP. In this case, the respondents are required to pay for it all and do all the work.
Mr. Craven, would you pull that microphone
just
down?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. And then another question regarding the requirement to pay market rate rent. And do you have any number or estimate for that? Because unless I'm missing something, or we're missing something, how can we or anyone put together a business plan and offer a financial plan without having even an estimate of this critical cost of the project? We had been envisioning a limited project to open up the Scout House for historic use and enjoyment of the entire community, and while providing the Scout Council office and meeting space downstairs. And this project basically would have entailed bringing it up to ADA compliance and true handicapped access, which is probably going to be 2 lifts, two elevators, one from the street and one up above, repair the downstairs restrooms, install a new one upstairs, add access doors to the upper level, and generally clean up, repair, paint, landscape, and importantly, make the basement area habitable for the Scout offices. This work might fall within the $400,000, $500,000 cost estimate in the RFP, but that we doubt. But this RFP envisions a significantly expanded scope of work, essentially asking for a complete update of the facility, electrical, HVAC, sprinklers, the kitchen, and bring it into full code compliance with modern standards. And we think this is an admirable goal, to do everything necessary to completely restore it to its current standards and have it serve this community for decades to come. The bill for this would be well in excess of $1 million, we believe. And addressing the issue of contributed volunteer labor, services, and materials, we are very fortunate that Scouting has generous and loyal supporters in the region, and we look forward to having much of that work covered this way, as well as spending cash to cover the rest. But that doesn't decrease the true value of these scarce resources we'd have to invest in the project. We don't have unlimited support, and whatever we put into this project would come at the cost of other programs and facilities.
Richard, how much more time do you think you need? And is there
about
anybody else wish to speak to?
Maybe 2 minutes.
How many? How many?
So to summarize, you're asking us to put over $1 million into a facility, pay an indeterminate fair market rate, and take a 10-year agreement. We cannot do that. And to respond to this RFP with a proposal that negates much of what it specifies would be disrespectful. Given the amount of resources and energy we would have to put into putting together a proposal of the next 7 weeks, we feel we cannot responsibly respond to this RFP. And I'm sorry we have to pass on this. I hope you had another party or parties in mind to respond, and we would celebrate the reopening of the Scout House, whoever does it, but that doesn't look like it's going to be us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to this item tonight? I don't see anybody. Nova? All righty, we'll bring it back to the council for questions and deliberation. Guess I might ask a couple of questions. Sue, yes, I'm sorry, Sue. You had a question or comment? Sue?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Is there, Bob can maybe answer, is there a restroom now up on the main floor?
No, there's not.
There's none, I didn't, okay. So the problems are the entrance from the street, obviously you have to get up to the front door, and then from the front door you have to go up another stairway to get to the really wonderful sort of Yosemite room that's up there. Or if you drive in the back, one car can park in the back and go in the back door, but there's no restroom up on that level. And the restrooms are all down where you enter from the front door. So one of the things that Rich Gillen looked into that was possible was to physically move the building up to Vista Lobos, where some of these problems would be solved, but not all. And you could contact Rich about it, but it was feasible and reasonable as far as the price was concerned. I can't tell you what the company was or anything more about it. The offices downstairs, the whole discussion of what to do with the Scout House, and I always like to remind everybody that no one's been concerned about the fact that the Girl Scout house burned down, but nobody went to get something for the girls. But anyway, that's history. Ole Dahlstrand, who was an architect in Carmel and is well known in the area, designed an alternate to the building, which Chip has someplace, and I have a copy of, and that was to be built as a one-story multi-use building up on Vista Lobos. So there's an alternate to start from scratch. But he also found out from this house moving that you could move the building feasibly through the streets of Carmel up to Vista Lobos if you wanted to do that, and that would solve some of your access problems. That's just a bit of history.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it. All right, let's close the public comment, bring it back to council for direction. Council members, I had a couple of questions. Joan, I guess you're prepared to answer these?
Thank you.
So
Good evening.
My understanding of the Boy Scouts, it was called the Boy Scouts house for a reason, right? I mean, it seems to me that the Boy Scouts obviously had some affiliation with it. Why do we have to go out for an RFP on this instead of sitting down and negotiating with them separately?
Well, you are required to go under, because it is public property and you are embarking on a project, you should undertake a competitive process in order to procure that project.
Should or have to?
Have to.
It seemed to me that this is becoming far more complicated than it needs to be. I mean, one of the things that concerns me is that we've now stresses the importance of providing a mix of other community-based activities such that no one organization fully dominates the use of a renovated facility. That seems kind of restrictive as far as anybody wanting to go ahead and invest this kind of money in the project. I don't understand why. Well,
yes, a lot of those terms are discretionary, and we can scale back on some of those terms, certainly. As a publicly owned facility, the Public Contract Code does require that you go out for a public process when you are undertaking construction work on a publicly owned facility.
What if you lease the project to them as a tenant?
You must still go through a competitive process in order to undertake that lease. And that is what we have put before you this evening, is a competitive process plus compliance with the Surplus Lands Act for undertaking the lease. So the mechanism by which the renovations would be accomplished is through a site lease by the proposer. That gives the proposer the control over the property in order to undertake the renovations. And it bears mentioning that the market rate rent would be reduced in a commensurate amount, commensurate with the cost of the renovations.
So the staff report says the city's lease of the Scout House property is subject to the Surplus Lands Act, but is likely exempt due to the city's ongoing use of the property, so long as the city follows required procedures to confirm the exemption.
Yes, all leases over 5 years are subject to the Surplus Lands Act, even if they are exempt property. It still requires the adoption of a resolution and confirmation by the Housing and Community Development that they agree with your finding that this is exempt property, and that you therefore do not have to jump through a bunch of other hoops prior to undertaking the lease that you propose.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of why I can't do it. What I want to hear is how I can make this happen. I don't think anybody else is going to come forward with the history that the Boy Scouts have to go ahead and use this property. I'm just curious as to why we don't have a possible avenue to make it happen.
Well, I was concerned to hear the speaker this evening state that he thought that the Boy Scouts would have to pay rent on top of undertaking the expense of the renovations. That is a misconception. It also does mention offsetting the rent by the cost of the renovations.
All right. How many other comments or questions?
So we don't have to charge the rent. We can take the renovations in lieu of the rent.
Correct. You still have to establish what the fair market rent would be, and then you can accept the renovations in lieu of that rent.
So then the proposer can put that forward.
Absolutely right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Jeff?
I would ask, I guess, so Mr. Kreitman came up and said it was too expensive, and that was apparently because of a misunderstanding with the terms of the materials that were in the packet. So, from my perspective, we can either have him come back up and answer the question of whether that satisfies him, but that seems like kind of an awkward position to put him in. So we might consider just, having made that clarification, we might just consider continuing this until next month.
Yeah. Well, that's just an idea.
What you could do, council, is you could, so Bob, there's a mandatory site meeting, and that often provides really good information.
Did they not do that? Didn't we have one of those?
Not yet, sir. No. What we did is we had community meetings at Community Activities Commission for input from the public about appropriate uses in the building, and we got that feedback from the community a couple of years ago. And so the site meeting would be, Bob and his staff would be there to be able to answer questions, tour people through the property, and then we coalesce the questions and we answer them, and everyone who's potentially interested receives answers to those questions. we can go through that process and then come back to the council with those answers, and you might want to, change some of, the requirements as a result of the lack of interest or the interest with the questions.
I'm not opposed to that. What do you guys think?
So that would be just to, not do these things in the staff report, but rather to just sort of
check the public's pulse.
move forward a little bit with the site visit and then do this again.
We would do some advertising, try to drum up some interest. Bob, does that sound like an okay? Yes. So yes, sir, we would do that.
Okay, council, your druthers.
It was my understanding we were trying to make this available to the Boy Scouts for a renovation. And now we are at this point where it is so complicated and convoluted that it seems impossible for them to be able to do this. So have we once again created an RFP that actually discourages the very group that we wanted to have do something with this? And I think we have. I think we have overcomplicated it and perhaps driven away the only people that had great interest in this project. So I'm very disappointed that it became so overblown, let's say.
Well, Karen, I agree. I thought we were at the point where we were negotiating. We were seriously negotiating with the Boy Scouts based on previous actions by this body. So I don't quite understand why we don't have a little bit more of a proactive approach to working with them. And I don't mean there's no criticism of council, rest assured.
I agree, Mayor, but I think that clarification helped a lot tonight. Because I think that the people out there, let's say Mr. Kreitman, was under the impression that he had to pay rent on top of the renovations, and now we've cleared that up. So maybe that's going to bode well.
I still think this whole process, the 124 pages, this is really onerous. I mean, I think realistically, we may have to realize that no one is going to step up and be able to do this, and perhaps the city needs to look into selling the building.
Well, I think for me, I'm not going to go sell a building necessarily, but I do think that we're kind of processing this thing to death. We seem to be all about process these days and not about product. We're suffering the paralysis of analysis, frankly. We seem to want to analyze everything, and yet we don't get anywhere. So I just really am getting kind of frustrated here. I mean, it's, we had the same thing happen over at the Flanders Mansion. It's the shades of Flanders, frankly. So, I don't want to go back and revisit history here, but it does seem to me we've got a problem. So.
Yeah, the purpose of going into closed session last month, Council, was to give you a preview under the auspices of real property negotiations. So to try to vet some of this information. But again, this is a good discussion. We can certainly go back and work with Ms. Cox and look at how we can. We did have at least one other interested party when we did this outreach and education. Ms. Wright's not here tonight, but again, that's been a couple of years from ago, but Ms. Cox does have some.
Joan, I'm sorry, I saw you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I did want to also mention that the request for proposals does encourage feedback from proposers to the terms of the site lease and the operations and maintenance agreement. And so proposers who find the terms too onerous, or who have perhaps a phased approach they would like to take, or perhaps a different approach, are welcome to make those suggestions as part of the proposal process. So I just wanted to point that out, that we did draft this in such a way as to try to encourage some flexibility from folks who may come with different ideas about how to carry this project forward.
All right, so what we're going to do, when is the site visit going to be, the site tour going to be?
Site tour is, I think it's Tuesday, April 25th.
Okay, so we could get it back next month.
Right.
That'll
be Tuesday, April 25th.
Could be a pretty tight turn, Mayor.
All right, well, let's go then. What is it, June then?
Yes, sir.
What do you guys think? June. We'll get the results of the site tour back. Get a staff report written and everything.
Yes, sir. And that'll give us time to again work with Mr. Kreitman and any other interested parties and Ms. Cox and see if we can't simplify the relationship.
I think you do hear that there's an interest in going back to the scouts and saying, okay.
Yes, sir.
Because I did think we had arrangements that worked out with them before, so I think this is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate the discussion, guys. I don't think we need a motion on that, do we?
No, sir, I think.
Yeah, we have pretty firm direction.
We're good, thank you.
All right, now let's move on then to the 15th item, which is a resolution establishing the electronic form of payment online and amending the credit card fee and the adoption administrative fee schedule. No, you, Brandon?
This is actually Maxine's
Max was
item.
in, yeah.
But, I mean, the punchline here, she's in the,
Yeah.
not in the gallery. She's what?
She asked me to present it.
Oh, please.
Oh, in person?
Before I forget, May is military.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This will be a pretty quick presentation. As you probably know, we have an online permitting system that was formalized during COVID called iWork. All applications are routed through this online permitting system and through community planning and building. We try to be a one-stop shop. This includes permits through Bob's shop, like public works stuff like the trees and encroachments. Payment right now has to be made either over the phone or in person. So they're already subject to only the hours that we're open. Even though they can pay over the phone, and we take credit card, it still is a very manual process. At the end of every single day, a spreadsheet has to be created on this side of the building, literally brought across the other side of the building, and then literally hand inputted into our accounting system. It's very onerous right now. So we started exploring the opportunity for online payments, like true online payments. One of the impetus for that was the state is going to be requiring online payments for all electrification permits. Think solar, electric, things like that. You have to have an online payment system. 100% online permit system has to be in place. So that was really the genesis of this. There are other things going on with fees that's going to be coming to you in the future, and I want to try to separate those out really quick and just focus on this online payment thing. In progress, the city has retained the services of a company to help us prepare cost of service study for a master fee schedule update. So what we're looking at tonight is one fee on the master fee schedule. This is just so we can actually start using the machine that now charges a 3.5% fee for this new enhanced service where people can pay online at 11 o'clock at night in their pajamas, as I like to say. This is separate. We're going to be coming to you as part of this fiscal year, updating the bigger suite of fees. So we have a study going on. The reason this one is being teased out on its own, there's only a certain number of things that will benefit from this online payment thing. And so those are specifically the ones in the fee schedule where we're adding that 1 additional percent. So we can't collect more than the vendor charges. It's really just being cost neutral, offsetting what we're charging the public, that extra percent. So that's it. We're really trying to do an enhancement both for the public, it's a public service, and cut way back on staff processing.
Yeah, and real quickly to clarify, we do have other fees that you can pay, but the credit card fee is not 3.5%, it's 2.5%. So it remains cost neutral. We're not increasing the fees we charge on those credit card transactions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you look at accepting electronic check as an alternative to credit card? Because I know when I pay my taxes in San Francisco, I pay electronic check and I don't pay a fee versus paying by credit card and paying the 3.5%.
That may be a bigger city finance question, might be above my pay grade. I know for this project we didn't. I can answer that, but I don't know what the city has or has not.
It'd be interesting to know the answer on this. I'm sorry, I'm opining before I go out to the public. Are there any other questions of Brandon? Is there anybody in the public wants to comment on this item? Zoom world. No, I don't see anybody. I don't even know if I've just got questions. Okay, there we go. I don't see anybody out there. Okay, bring it back. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing if that is a possibility, Brandon. 3.5% is kind of a big chunk of money. if you go ahead and consider the cost of these permits, you know?
Yeah, I don't know the answer, Councilmember Filito, but we can check into it. Yeah, I pay my Monterey County property taxes. It costs 25 cents to use an electronic check,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think it's kind of steep as well, but no, yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay, great. If there's some other alternative way to it, I'd appreciate that. Are there any other concerns with this item?
That said, I am supportive of people being able to pay by credit card, because I know we had a permit, and the permit was turned in one place. We came over here to pay. We had to come down here to write a check, and then you get the permit over online, which is easy, but let's make it as easy as possible when whatever we do come up with, because we don't need people running all over town in their car to run over here to write a check.
I should say that this system is all designed, that this is really the last part of this. So if the council approves this tonight, this Friday, we're going to go live with accepting online payments. We've already programmed it. It was part of the contract that already existed. We didn't have to pay more to program it. And the way that it works basically is you get an email when you're interacting with the online permit system. You get an email with a payment link that you use to pay. So it is really simple, and it's already created. This is just the technical part we need to do to be able to charge that extra 1% for the new service.
Okay. All right, so we're clear on the action before us. We have a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any other discussion? No, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jerimoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next item happens to be an item that I will have to recuse myself from, and so will Bobby Richards. We have both owned property very close to this facility. It's the Auberge Restaurant and Building next door, looking for a Mills Act designation. We've historically not participated in the past. We will not participate in it. And I will designate senior member of the board, Jeff Barron, as the ad hoc chair for the moment. Thank you very much. We're out of here. Oh, we'll get you right up.
So this is consideration of a Mills Act contract application submitted by Mr. David Fink on behalf of Esperanza Carmel Commercial LLC for the L'Auberge Carmel Hotel located on Monteverdi Street, 2 northwest of 7th Avenue in the residential and limited commercial RC zoning district, and it's been continued from December 6, 2022. So do we have a staff report?
We do.
Excellent.
Need some assistance. Thank you.
Okay, so we're here to talk about the Mills Act contract application for L'Auberge Carmel. So the hotel is actually located right next door here on Monteverdi, 2 northeast of 7th. It is a listed historic resource known as Sundial Lodge. And as we talked about earlier, the Mills Act is an economic incentive program for historic resources. So a little bit of history. We've been working on this one for over a year now. We originally came to the council in March of 2022 with a resolution, realized that that wasn't going to work. So we came back without a resolution in August, and then at that time a continuance was requested to try to gather some information on the property tax calculation under the Mills Act value. We came back in December, and the item was continued again. So we are back this evening with the application. And I'm just going to kind of go through again the standards that a property has to meet in order to qualify for the Mills Act. So it must be on the historic inventory, which it was added in 2005. It's also on our local register. The Historic Resources Board did review the application and adopted a resolution in January of 2022 recommending that the city council enter into the contract. There are 5 findings that the council must make in considering the application. The first is that it's on the inventory, which it is. The second finding is that the rehabilitation plan is appropriate and sufficient for long-term restoration and maintenance. The board did review the maintenance plan at their January 2022 meeting and did find that it was in compliance with this standard. Some of the work that is proposed includes foundation inspection and repair, replacing the plumbing throughout the building, roof maintenance, window repairs, there's dry rot repairs as well. Finding number 3 is that the alterations will be completed with the Secretary's standards. We found that the maintenance plan is in alignment with the Secretary's standards. Any future work that requires building permits will also be reviewed to ensure they're carried out in accordance with those standards. The 4th finding is that the contract will aid in offsetting the cost of rehabilitating and maintaining the resource. The applicant's proposing to invest $850,000 in rehabilitation over the next 10 years. And the 5th finding is that the contract will represent an equitable balance of public and private interests and will not result in a substantial adverse financial impact on the city. So as we talked about earlier, the county assessor will determine the Mills Act value. They typically do not run those calculations until after the contract has been recorded in their office. So I don't have preliminary estimates on what the Mills Act value would be. So this evening, staff is recommending that you enter into the contract and authorize the city administrator to execute the contract. The alternative would be to deny the contract. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, unless it involves math.
Any questions? So we'll open it up for public comment. Mr. Fink or Representative, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes?
No, I only need a few. Thank you, Jeff.
We'll give you...
3 is fine.
Okay.
And then I'm going to introduce another speaker. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, council members and staff. I'm David Fink. I'm the business owner of L'Auberge Carmel and our very proud one-star Michelin Aubergine next door. And we're up for the Mills Act contract tonight. We're asking for your approval as recommended by the planning staff. I've been associated with the beautiful building, the Albert Farr building next door since 1929, and used to be called the Sundial Court and Bungalows. It had a new birth as L'Auberge in 2004. Since 2004, we've invested annually in our beautiful building. However, our annual maintenance budget's about $175,000, and for a lot of the bigger repairs, it's just simply not enough. I know a lot about historic buildings. I grew up in an 1848 historic national landmark home in Virginia. We're restoring the old colonial terrace right now, mostly cottages from the 30s and 40s. I'm restoring an 1896 building in Beaune, France, which is going to become Maison 1896. It'll open later this year. And of course, we've been working on L'Auberge for the last 20 years, keeping it in the best shape that we can. We created a comprehensive maintenance list, which the city has now, but for instance, the roof is at the end of its life. That roof is going to cost us between $125,000 and $150,000 to replace. We have 104 windows in the building. 80% of those are original. I would say 75 to 85% need repair or replacement, and on and on. The tax benefit for the Mills Act is what it originally intended to do is exactly what it was intended for a building like L'Auberge Carmel. You know, and I also wanted to address a few things that the council talked about earlier for the Mills Act discussion. The Carmel Unified School District budget is online. You can look at it. You can see the taxes that are paid, property taxes that are paid in. In 2022, the property taxes and taxes were $63,496,182, compared with 2021 of $59,808,811. That's an increase for this year of $3,687,000, or 6.2%. 83% of their budget is salaries and benefits. My kids went to that school district. I loved it. We benefited from it, but our school district is swimming in money. There's been no apparent negative effect of the Mills Act contract for CS Carmel Unified School District. Further, commercial properties are different from residential properties. Residential properties produce income for the city in really only one way, through property taxes. Commercial properties, specifically hotels, produce revenues for the city in three ways: property taxes, sales tax, and TOT payments. My property next door has quadrupled the TOT payments to the city of Carmel since we opened, annually, from the old property. Finally, I'd ask your approval. This is my third time making this presentation, and I think this is a very valid vote, a positive vote, in order to award us a Mills Act contract. And I'd like to just introduce quickly Chris Barlow of WRD Architects, who's a certified Mills Act specialist, and just maybe say a couple of brief words. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Certainly appreciate you all being here late on the school night. City Council. Wow, it is late. Well, first off, I do want to thank staff for putting together a great, for getting the representative from the assessor's office here to answer all the questions I normally get grilled at about here in terms of the financial mechanism for the Mills Act. I do also want to thank staff for the well-researched agenda packet that was put together. That could be a primer for the Mills Act right by itself. So that was, I learned some things from that. So thank you very much. Moving to some of the other unanswered questions from the prior Mills Act discussion, because that is sort of the subcontext of what we're talking about here. I did want to point out that on the question of the 10-year maintenance contract, how that gets updated, it actually, when the property comes up for the 10-year renewal, the owners are required to submit an annual report 90 days before that. That report identifies, based on that 10-year plan of improvement, what got done, what's still outstanding, what needs to get updated. So that is actually, after the first 10 years, that is an annual way that maintenance agreement stays up to date. So it's not like 10 years and then there's a free ride after that. It is something that's required as part of the standard Mills Act contract, and that's the City of Carmel's contract standard form. The other thing I wanted to mention is that with the 1970s date that we were talking about, that's when the state of California basically empowered local jurisdictions to be able to give out Mills Act contracts. And the actual, the legislation is actually owned by the city, so your historic ordinance can get updated as often as you like. I did it with the city of Monterey when I was on the HPC over there, so that's just something to know. It's not that you're kind of locked into something that's provided by the state. On the flip side, the State Office of Historic Preservation, you are a certified local government, and I highly recommend, as these discussions continue, you bring one of their representatives out. It's really helpful, and you can kind of learn more about the benefits of the Mills Act. So those are the questions I wanted to respond to. In terms of the quality of the building itself, to me, obvious candidate for a Mills Act. Beautiful building. I think it's a locally famous author actually features it in their book, and she's sitting up here, so I very much enjoyed seeing that in the book as well. And just wanted to thank everybody, regardless of the outcome. It's been a process, and we certainly think that this is a worthy candidate. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Tasha Witt, full-time resident. I just wanted to support the approval of the Mills Act for L'Auberge Carmel as a qualified historic resource important to Carmel to preserve for decades to come.
Thank you.
Carol Hall. I just wanted to say that the Historic Resources Board unanimously approved the Mills Act for this. After touring L'Auberge with Mr. Fink and seeing the rot for ourselves, it's I think very important that we support this program as well as supporting our planning department, who has studied this as well and recommended acceptance, approval, and authorization. Thank you.
I can't address Mr. Mayor, but I will address members of the council. This is Gerard Rose, former alumnus of the city council here in Carmel. As I indicated earlier, I voted many times for Mills Act programs, and the issue was never whether I thought the Mills Act was a good idea or a bad idea. The issue was, are we in Carmel seriously interested in historic preservation? That's the real issue. I got on the internet this morning, and there's a excuse me, a website of the Office of Historic Preservation of the state of California. And here's what they say about the Mills Act. They say, the Mills Act is the single most important economic incentive program in California for the restoration and preservation of qualified historic buildings by private property owners. The single most important economic incentive program. I think that's really very telling. And you know, if you look at Carmel-by-the-Sea, there are tons of very charming homes, and there are a number of charming businesses. But you know, the most charming buildings and the most impressive buildings in Carmel-by-the-Sea, especially in the downtown district, are 4 hotels. Well, 3 of them are downtown and one's down the hill. And that's the La Playa, the Cypress Inn, the Pine Inn, and of course, L'Auberge Carmel. And all those 4 hotels have something in common, and that is they are major draws to people who come here to Carmel-by-the-Sea. I mean, my sister is a part owner of a motel and here just down the street, but nobody's clamoring to get married in her little small hotel. You know, people want to get married, people want to have functions, people want to have graduation fun in big hotels, and those big hotels are also the most noticeable and most, to me, give the greatest pleasure of any of the commercial structures in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I happen to have a home right across the street, and I can tell you from my own experience, because I guess I can still speak even though I'm not on the council, I can tell you they're very good neighbors. They're constantly working hard to bring their amenities to the citizens of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And by the way, there's only one business structure or one restaurant in the entire city of Carmel-by-the-Sea that's recognized by Michelin.
Thank you.
And that's
would you like to wrap up your comments?
Thank you very much.
Melanie Billig, I'd just like to say I really encourage you to support the staff recommendation on this. I think it's terribly important, and I really was glad that Gerard read the description of the Mills Act and what it's meant to do for the state's historic properties. And so I'm very happy to say that, you know, they've done a beautiful job next door, and they really do deserve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? So let's see, we'll go to Zoom 941.
Good evening again, Mayor Potter and City Council. This is Christy Hollenbeck again. I just wanted to say I'm in favor of the Mills Act, and I think it's important to encourage thoughtful developers like David Fink to preserve and maintain historic properties like L'Auberge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hollenbeck. Lucinda Lloyd.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Barron, and members of the council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Cindy Lloyd. A little aside here, when I was a secretary for Walter Bertie, architect, he had his office in the, if you're looking at the the Sundale Lodge, to the left, that was my office. So I looked out on Monteverdi Street next to the City Hall, totally an aside. But I support the Mills Act designation for this building. David Fink's done a wonderful job managing it. It's a beautiful historic place. I used to have lovely gardens. I'm not sure that there are gardens now, but I support the Mills Act designation for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Anybody else? So I'll bring it back to the council, or what remains of us, for discussion.
I'll go. I appreciate all the comments, and I agree with everyone who spoke. This is a very important historic building in our community, and once again, I feel so passionately about preserving our history and our historic buildings, and really want to commend somebody who owns a historic building and wants to do that effort to maintain it and do everything to keep it. And especially, there's extra care and consideration and expense that goes into maintaining a historic building. Just when you see the roof that's right now on that hotel, that's not some ordinary stock, roof that average roofing company is going to be able to replace. That is something that's going to probably have to be custom made, and that's going to come at a great expense. And all the other details that the hotel is going to do to maintain it and to keep it really as a treasure in our community. So that is very important. I think it counts a lot that the Historic Resources Board unanimously approved this project, and this was back in January of 2022. So I really feel we should move on this. And once again, any negligible property tax that's lost is going to make up with higher TOT and sales tax. And as was mentioned, this is an obvious worthy candidate, and I really hope that my fellow colleagues here do see and appreciate that and support it. Thank you.
Yes, so here I am back in the same position we've been in for a number of hearings at this point. Alessandra, Councilmember Dronwald, makes the point that this is a very important historic building, and I agree with that. And, the historic nature of the building isn't in question. I don't think I agree that the Mills Act is an important part of, the law that keeps Carmel. The part that I disagree with is the financial impact on the community, and I've been pretty clear about my disagreement with that. Back at the August 2nd meeting, I asked the applicant to work with staff and work with the assessor's office to try to figure out, to work with them to get a number that was going to, that would demonstrate to the council what the exact financial impact was going to be. And I know that my presumption is that you're going to have to do this at some point anyway, in order to get the abatement of some of your property taxes, and yet that hasn't been done. So I'm not exactly sure, Mr. Fink, at this point what to do. We asked, I believe at that meeting that you committed that you were going to do this, and it hasn't been done. A number of months ago, when you weren't here, Mr. Barlow came, I believe, and you didn't quite have an update, but I think that we said, I think that I made my point, 4 months ago, that I would like to have this done. And so I'm not at this point ready to approve this contract. There might be a contract that I would be willing to approve, if it adhered to, some of the thoughts that I expressed at the meeting earlier in the day, in terms of limiting the amount of the tax abatement. But this contract isn't that. So I myself am not ready to approve this at this point.
Well, this is a difficult situation, and I'm disappointed, Mr. Fink, that you didn't follow through and give us what Councilman Barron asked for. I do think it's a beautiful property. I do think you're a very good steward of the property. I would like you to come back with those figures, and I'm sure this is a point that we were trying to make when we asked for those figures, is we just want to know what this is. I have no doubt that the TOT and the sales tax will be increased. The money to the school, even though you say it has a huge budget, the money to the school will not be increased by that TOT or sales tax. They just get what's coming from the property tax. So I can see myself approving this, but I really wish you had followed through with what you agreed to do.
No. What do you, I think, Karen, it's up to you to decide whether you would like to give Mr. Fink another extension. Here are the options. Right here on the screen, you can decide that you would like to give him another continuance it's up to you.
Well, reflecting on the earlier decision by, I believe it was 3, I think I can't remember now, it's been a long evening, to leave the Mills Act as it is and not require additional things, I will reluctantly approve this tonight, but I really do tell you that I am disappointed that you didn't follow through when you said you would. And David, I've known you for a long, long time, but it really did disappoint me that you didn't come through with the figures we asked for.
Okay, so would one of you like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. I make the motion that we approve the Mills Act contract application, MA 21-238 L'Auberge Carmel Hotel. Read the whole thing. Submitted by Mr. David Fink on behalf of Esperanza Carmel Commercial LLC for L'Auberge Carmel Hotel on Monteverde Street to northeast of 7th Avenue in the residential limited commercial zoning district.
If you could, ma'am, if you could add the accept the recommendation and authorize me to sign the contract, I'd be grateful.
Okay, and accept the recommendation of the Historic Resources Board, approve the Mills Act Historical Property Contract MA 21-238, and authorize the city administrator to execute the contract.
Thank you, ma'am.
Don't look at me.
I will second that. I still would like you to come back with the figures.
Any further discussion? Nope. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
No.
Councilmember Jeremov?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Thank you all. Do we have future agenda items?
Real quickly, sir, the motion passes 2-1.
The motion passes 2-1. And,
He's back.
I thought you guys were gone.
No,
You wanted future agenda items?
No, I wanted to go ahead and remember that I said I was going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Skip Lloyd. And I want to just say that anybody else is certainly welcome to comment too. Skip, in my mind, was a consummate gentleman. He was one of those people who might disagree with you, but he did so professionally. I think Cindy said it best when she wrote me, "Life will continue on, though a voice of considered reason has been silenced." Could have said it better, honestly. Skip's a gentleman. He was a wonderful guy, but I'm sorry, I'm going to miss him dearly, but it's tough. Anybody else want to say anything?
You know, I've known Skip for quite a long time. I respected him so much. Big shoes to fill. If we have anyone in our community that will pick up the mantle of doing what Skip did over the years. If you haven't read his obituary, I would say go home and read it, because the things that Skip did over his lifetime in the city will impact how we enjoy this community forever. And it's well worth reading that obituary and understanding his love and commitment of this community and what he created. One of the things I'm most thankful for is that he created the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve. And he did that out of a love of that wonderful, wonderful preserve that we have. And he wrote the bylaws, he wrote all the articles of incorporation, he did everything as a labor of love. And I think every time we walk through that preserve, we should give a little nod to Skip Lloyd. Thank you.
Well said. All right.
Yeah, Skip, I really enjoyed seeing Skip around. He always put a smile on my face. He was just an absolute gentleman. You're completely right. And his obituary was wonderful to read, and I wish I'd have known how he got his nickname I wish I would have known that before. Anyways, and my heart goes out to Cindy, who's a very dear citizen of this town as well.
I'll add just a few lines. I did not know him, so I cannot speak from personal knowledge, but going back to historic preservation, he was so instrumental in saving the Village Corner restaurant, and that was such a crucial part of Carmel history. And not only was that restaurant saved, but that whole effort of getting citizens together and doing something to basically, save this institution, and that the restaurant is still around, and just that same group eventually led to the formation of the Carmel Residents Association. So just he was involved in so many things, and we're just so grateful to the legacy that he leaves behind, and certainly we send all our love to Cindy as well.
Yeah, and I would also echo everyone's comments. Skip, I hope you rest well in peace, and I would also extend my condolences to Mary Ann.
Yes, I was going to say, let us not forget Mary Ann. She's also a vital part of this community. She's the brains behind the restoration eventually of the Lester Roundtree Native Plant Garden, and she will need our love and our consideration. So yes, and along with Cindy as well.
Well, on that note, we stand adjourned.
If I may, real quickly,
sorry,
Mr. Mayor, when I was being courted back to the village about a decade ago, Skip came to my office in Monterey, which is a historic resource, the Gordon House, and he brought with him a copy of the baseline biological survey, and it was almost like he was interviewing me. I mean, he doesn't live in the village, but he didn't want to really welcome me back until he was rest assured that I would help implement the plan and care for the preserve as much as he did. And Mary Ann and Cindy texts us, Bobby and I, I'm sorry, Brandon and I on a regular basis. And he clearly has the mantle that he held is one that will be hard for all of us to carry, but I think we all need to do our part in the way he carried it, and then his passion for things like Mission Trail Nature Preserve.
We should all lead by example like he did.
Yes.
That noted, we stand adjourned.
Cindy,
Dave?
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, Cindy, I'm sorry. I should have asked for a comment.
That's okay, Dave. I just wanted to correct something because my mother was a stickler for accuracy, and we all learned it in the family from her. But Skip did not save the Village Corner. That was my father, Frank Lloyd, who did that. And
sorry, Cindy.
It's okay, Alessandra. That's what happens when you're new to the village. And it did not spur the formation of the CRA. It spurred the formation of Carmel Heritage Society. Skip co-founded the CRA, but that was to keep things on track when we had a mayor who hadn't been schooled in how things happen in Carmel. But at any rate, thank you very much for your comments.
It was a pleasure.
It's lovely. And yes, I do like to send comments to those of you who might enjoy receiving them. Good night.
Good night.
Night,
Good night,
Cindy.
all. Hold on.